Thank you. And good evening, everyone. Welcome to our weekly live show.
I'm very happy to see you all here. Thank you.
We are now prepared to take you from the world of the paranormal to the world of the police, to the world of the earth, to the world of the UFO. We make no apologies. We take no prisoners.
This show might go anywhere.
What is this? Where are we? What are we doing?
All right, so everybody chill out, stop, relax. Chill out, stop, relax. And let's all sit down and together as a group enjoy
The Sunday Evening Overdose.
going live now.
Live now.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Thank you for joining us here on the Sunday Evening Overdose, March 22nd, 2015. Welcome to the show. David Box sitting in with us once again. David Box, thank you for being here.
David
My
Box.
pleasure.
With me as always, Andrea, the fact checker extraordinaire.
Extraordinaire. That is I.
We are moving
It is
right.
I.
We're moving right on with the show. All I think about ever since we did that segment about dying is dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys been thinking about dying a lot?
Yeah, it fucking sucks.
Yeah, dude.
You know what keeps reminding me of dying is my dog.
That it's gonna die one day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that he's like so young. And
He has no idea.
no.
He'll learn.
Oh, yeah.
Animals.
I'll teach him.
Animals are animals are the worst too because they don't understand. That is true. It's like easier when a person dies in your life, you know? 'Cause,
Yeah.
like, you
Because
think maybe they knew that it would happen one day, but
Yeah.
you know, and animals just going along. Hey, this is great, and
look, grass.
I'm
Everything's
fine.
great.
blink off. Yeah, I mean, is there anyone? I mean, when people say they don't think about dying, are they lying?
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Do you think they're the most afraid of it of anyone?
They're
They're just like they can't even admit they ever think about it.
They're just in complete denial.
Is that what's going on with them?
Maybe.
I guess. Yeah.
I don't think about dying. I just want
I
to
don't know.
live.
I
I'm just
figure-
gonna live right now.
The way I think about it is that every single
I
person.
hate those people. I don't think about it, bro. You just gotta have a good time as much as you can all
You
the
can't
time.
live that way, bro. Just
Can't do it.
have a brewski.
You can never think about it ever.
But I mean, how obsessed with you or with dying are you guys?
Completely.
It's like pretty much all you can think about, right?
Yeah.
I kind of think it's gonna be awesome.
What's the point of living?
I feel like
What are we doing here?
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah. Is that where we're going?
I guess.
That's a good way to lead
We're gonna
off.
plan for this. Fuck.
Starting with the big questions.
I just feel like every single person who is like a religious person has to be obsessed with death because that's like the whole idea, right?
Oh man, when we die and God lets us in his kingdom, it is going to be the shit.
Oh,
It's so
yeah.
like let's do everything right now to prepare for dying and getting into God's kingdom.
Yeah.
Right? Is there
Yeah,
any
I
other
guess-
reason that they do what they do?
Fear, there's a lot of fear.
Fear of-
hell.
Hell?
what?
Yeah.
If you could live forever, you'd just be a total dick. You know, you wouldn't
Yeah.
give a shit.
Oh yeah.
Why would you care?
So anyone who goes to church or believes in God or lives a Bible-based life must be obsessed with death, whether they're willing to admit it or
Yeah,
not.
indirectly. They might not say it that way, but ultimately that's kind of
Yeah,
what it
they
is.
will.
It's the unknown.
I'll show them.
But we're all
Dicks.
a little obsessed with death.
I definitely am. I have been for a long time.
Here's
I've kind of always been.
I'm kind of sick of having to eat and drink water, and every time I go to the bathroom, I'm like, I could be doing so many other things right now than going to the bathroom.
If I were only dead, I
Fucking
could
waste.
really be getting some shit done.
Yeah,
That's
this stupid body is just holding me back.
Is it just like is it just an unfortunate twist of fate, basically, that we're like at this kind of crux of human evolution where we really understand a lot and are able to we're able to really kind of conceive our physical reality as transitory and almost meaningless to a lot of people, but we don't know enough about what the fuck else is going on that it's just completely terrifying, so I mean, we just have we're at this weird point in history where we understand, we understand that this is all material and whatever, temporary, but we have no fucking clue otherwise.
No, yeah.
That's about it, right?
Yeah. And that makes it even worse, I think.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're very unfortunate. Who's stopping by later? Mike.
Yeah, we have a special guest coming by tonight. Mike Toland of the Dog District will be here talking to us about God knows what. He's always fun, though.
About dog shit.
Dogs. He's going to talk about dogs.
What do you think?
Probably.
Let's ask him what he thinks happens when you die. Will you
Okay.
remember that?
Yeah, I'll remember
Yeah.
that.
We'll get to that with him.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I like that.
So yeah, he wants to promote his business, right? We like him. He stopped by before.
Yeah, we had him once before.
He rescues dogs, and he's an interesting fellow
Yeah.
beyond that as well. So that's Mike Toland.
All around friend of the show.
He'll be by later. What else? What else before we get started? The Grimes Sisters segment
Or we
from last. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know if Unsolved Mysteries expert David Box might be around somewhere. Is he in studio as the Unsolved Mysteries expert?
I don't know. I'll go.
it depends.
I'll go look for him. Maybe.
Hold on. Yeah, go see if he's around real quick. Yeah, I think he's coming down the hall right now. There he is. Unsolved Mysteries expert David Box.
One moment, please.
You're going to have to answer for some things that you've done here. Oh, Unsolved Mysteries expert David Box. It's not time for that. Come on.
What do you mean?
We need some answers. We got called out big time on
Big time.
on the Grimes Sister segment.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm gonna go back and find that real quick. What kind of research did you do, anyways?
I honestly don't really remember.
We did that a little bit last minute, but we really pissed off a guy who's like a very serious researcher about the Grimes Sisters. Do you want to hear what he said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He said, "Your information on the Grimes case is full of flaws. The other movie playing at the theater that night was called The Opposite Sex. They were last seen on 35th Street, just west of Damon. There are no conspiracies, but there were cover-ups. Their bodies were found in near pristine condition with minimal rigor mortis and no decomposition. Leonard Prescott was related to the owners of the Santa Fe Speedway, where clothing was found similar to what the girls wore. The house that people claim was haunted was owned by the Werner family and rented out while the family vacationed. There was no food in their stomachs. Bits were found in their intestinal tract. Benny Bedwell had nothing to do with the crime. Most of your info is BS, and I would like to clarify it for you, but listening to your show with all the vulgarity and nonsense tells me that you don't take it seriously. My research group has studied this case for 2 years, and we have a very good idea what happened to the girls. We have also talked with people who were at the theater that night and the family. By the way, the puncture wounds were in Patricia's chest, not Barbara's."
Damn. Sounds like I really dropped the ball. I wonder, though, if you're so pissed off, why didn't you just call in? What the fuck is that about?
Well, he probably heard the segment on YouTube. We can't blame people for not listening in live.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But call in.
Yeah, you
Fill
know,
in the gaps. It's not like I ever claimed that I was an expert or anything.
right. We really kind of just made that up and brought you in. I ended up talking to this guy for a long time afterwards. And I kind of turned this whole situation around to the point where we might actually get some inside info. He clued me in to a thread on the Grimes sisters mystery that goes way, way deeper than anything we got into. And he asked me really not to share it on the show at this time, but he did. All right, here's what I can say, okay? They think they might know who did it, and he doesn't want me to give anything away until they can get the proper law enforcement backing or whatever.
That's awesome.
So, he told me if I'll be cool about it, he'll let me in on their research, and when they're all done, he'll give us an exclusive interview.
Shut up, really?
Yep.
That's awesome.
So that happened because we pissed somebody off and they got him talking.
You're welcome, Vinny. Without me, this never would have happened.
Thank you very much, Unsolved Mysteries expert David Box. I appreciate it.
Anytime. Really, anytime.
We'll bring regular David Box back if you guys want to trade places.
Hi.
Hey,
It's me again.
it's weird how you always miss Unsolved Mysteries expert David Box, and you guys actually have the same name,
Yeah.
David Box. But you talk totally different.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah. I don't
so
really like that guy.
Mike Tolan just actually got here, huh? I didn't know he was
He
going to
did.
be here so soon. Let's bring him up. Wait, does your mic work? Say hello to us.
Hello, everybody. No, I don't think so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
are.
we got you. Go ahead. Keep going.
Hey, how's it going?
All right.
Oh,
What's going on, man? Good to see
There
you.
you
We're
are.
on live.
Whoa.
Here we are.
Thanks for coming back.
Good to see you
It's
guys.
been a long time. You were one of our first guests ever, I think, right?
Really?
In the early days, wasn't it?
It
Yeah,
was.
we were
How
getting
long ago
going.
was that? Was it like 6 months or something?
Yeah, that was the
Yeah.
early days.
That was the early days.
Yeah, we haven't been at this too long, but yeah, it was. I
That
don't
was
know.
one of the first episodes I worked on.
Okay.
May have been the first episode I worked on.
It was just as we were getting into this this
Yeah.
format.
To the
So what's been
groove.
going on, man? How's the dog shop?
It's all right. I mean, a lot of dog daycares are getting hit with kennel cough right now, so we got a lot of dogs in quarantine, which is definitely tiring. But otherwise, we're still rescuing dogs.
Getting hit with what?
Kennel cough right now, like border
Oh, kennel cough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's,
Cough.
yeah, it's a
Okay.
little bit stronger though. Like dogs are just getting real tired and they're not
Scoot your
wanting to
mic
eat.
a little closer to you. Sorry. Go ahead.
Is that better? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
much
yeah.
better.
That's better.
Oh.
Yeah.
Very nice.
There you are.
Yeah,
Nice and
we
rich.
just got lots of dogs coughing right now. It's kind of sad to see them like that, but they're getting better.
Poor doggies.
Yeah. Oh well.
So yeah, we
Dogs get sick.
we're just talking about we got busted for a bunch of bullshit we said last week that wasn't true.
We
Basically.
did say all those things.
Busted by who?
A guy who actually researches the topic very seriously. So
Yeah, he's been researching the topic for 2 years.
yeah,
And he went on our
checker.
Facebook and he was like, "This is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is
he
wrong.
was not
this is
very
wrong."
happy with
Not
us.
pleased, no.
And plus, we said a bunch of vulgar stuff, and he knows the family and everything, and it's a murder case on something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how tactful and
It's a family show. Yeah.
yeah, and careful we are with that. Speaking of sick animals,
Oh
Andrea,
yeah. We got some sick animals.
what the hell's going on with animals dying all over the planet?
It happens. I mean, it happens so much more than you would ever think about. Now, it just happened this past week, where 2,000 geese fell out of the sky dead in Idaho. 2,000. And geese are big.
And that's a lot. Yeah, that's at least 12,000 pounds of geese. Yeah,
It's a lot of geese.
And what happened with them? Are they fucking? They had growths on their eyes, or what's happening to them?
No, they say it's probably cholera, but they're not positive that that's actually what did it. And also, all of them had it and all died at the exact same time. Seems weird.
What do you mean exact same time?
Well, it was like a big group of them fell out of the sky together.
Oh, they just fell right out of the sky.
They were flying and they died and landed dead.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I must not have been
This
listening.
happens,
Kennel
though.
cough.
It happens, yeah.
It seems like this happens like from time to time, and then like somebody will make a huge deal about it and be like, it's chemtrails or it's fucking it's whatever, and they'll use it for their thing for a little while, but then it goes away again. But you found a bunch of cases of this.
Oh man, and like with a bunch of different animals too. Let's see. Southern blackbirds in Arkansas were found with their insides pulverized. So like they had been in some big giant midair collision, either with each other or with something really big, and they all fell to the ground. Over 500 of them dead.
Where?
In Arkansas.
Okay.
Also, it happened once in Louisiana with blackbirds, too. So they do tend to fly in really tight murmurations where they like get into a big giant group of like hundreds of them and they fly around really fast in crazy wavy patterns. So I guess they could all just like crash into each other.
Yeah.
Hard enough to kill all of them? I don't know.
No, that doesn't seem right.
Massive coincidence.
Yeah.
So you just see them like coordinating in a giant circle, like, all right, everybody on 3. We're gonna really fuck with some people here.
Yeah.
Strange bird suicide.
If you look at a murmuration, though, they just seem so coordinated, and
It
they're all
does,
real
but-
close together, and that just seems weird.
Yeah. So that one was pretty weird. Let's see. Chilean birds and sardines. Let's see, including penguins. This was in 2009 off the coast of Chile. They had 1,200 dead penguins found on a remote beach. Then millions of sardines washed ashore. Then thousands of rare flamingos abandoned their nests and left 2,000 chicks to die in their shells. And then 60 pelicans were found dead. All of those things in Chile, and all of those things within 4 months of each other. That's pretty weird.
I don't know what to say about this
They
stuff.
could
It's just fucked up.
never explain that one.
So what do you think is going on with all these?
I don't know. 2009.
David Box, what do you think?
Yeah.
Chemtrails?
Do you think it's chemtrails?
I was going to
In the
hypothesize that murmuration crashed into an invisible UFO or something like that, or entered like some kind of
Like
force field around a UFO.
yeah.
All signs point to UFO.
It tried.
Yeah.
It can't not be a UFO, right?
It tried
No,
to
it has
leave.
to be.
It tried to leave the like the Truman Show like sky, and just slammed into the ceiling.
Yeah.
Splat.
That, or they're all part of a cult and they all drank the poison at the same time.
How many of these are there?
A lot.
A couple more. I don't see that many.
All right. Well, we have 60 pilot whales beached themselves all at the same time in 2008. And then 150 different pilot whales did the same a week later. And then 6 months after that, 45 sperm whales beached themselves.
Sperm whales.
And then 194 pilot whales and a handful of bottleneck dolphins all beached themselves along the same coastline in March. That's pretty crazy. 140 were dead before anybody even found them.
And then what's the next? Just roll through these, because what the fuck? I mean, obviously nobody has anything to say.
Why would they all leave the water?
Yeah.
Or do you think they're trying to evolve?
They're trying to attack us.
Is that what it is?
They've had enough and they're giving their life for the cause.
On the West Coast, from Oregon to Mexico, pelicans fell from the sky, crashing into cars and boats, huddled in yards, and being struck by vehicles. And nobody could explain why that happened. So, and then there's fish who were all found. This one's kind of weird. They found.
Did you just pick a bunch of these, or were these all the ones you could find, or were there like tons of shit like this?
Oh
and
no,
you
there's just tons of shit like
you
this.
just grabbed.
I just grabbed
So,
some.
I mean, there's got to be natural causes for a lot of this shit, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
they
here's
all
one
eat
where
the
a bunch
same
of
thing, and it takes relatively around the same amount of time to kill, a lot of them or some shit, or I
Yeah.
don't know. You know, it would make sense, but
It would make sense.
And also in a
guess.
murmuration, maybe, I mean, you said it looked like they crashed or something, but like if,
Yeah.
if they get
what is
sick,
that word you keep saying? Murmuration.
murmuration, it's
That's when a big giant group of little birds flies around in like a wavy, like a school of fish.
Oh, okay.
But it's called
Yeah.
murmuration.
yeah.
Did you
Don't
learn
you-
that from
don't
that
you-
movie Winged Migration?
No, I
You guys
learned
ever
it
see that?
from following a trail on YouTube to videos of murmurations, and they're like hypnotic.
Yeah, they're
We
awesome.
watched them for like an hour and a half one time, just like 4 minutes at a time.
You guys watch those,
murmurations?
huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
they're
should check it
cool.
out. They're weird.
Is
Yeah.
that where the birds are like not going anywhere specific? They're all just kind of like.
They're just swirling.
Yeah, I got you.
It's like a
okay.
big bird
Yeah.
vortex.
Yeah, what
They look
causes
with like
that?
School of
hundreds of
fish.
birds. Yeah.
I don't know what causes it.
Like they're not going anywhere.
No, they're
Yeah.
just flying around.
Flying around.
Like, it's like a little powwow in the sky or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are they thinking about in there?
I don't know. And how do they know which way to go? Because they all move together.
Yeah.
Is somebody in charge?
It's like at a Bears
Nobody's
game doing the
nobody's
wave, you
in
know.
charge in there. Are you crazy? If you try to take
pure
charge,
chaos.
you'll be eaten alive. Come
It's
on.
like in a cartoon when people get in a fight and it's like just their bodies turn into a cloud with arms and legs coming out of it. That's what
That's
would
the
happen if
bird-
you got sucked into one
the
of those.
bird equivalent.
Yeah.
What's that last one?
This was hundreds of dead snapper fish washed up on the beaches of a peninsula in New Zealand, and all of the eyeballs of the fish were gone. The fish were otherwise intact.
Well, I'll tell you what happened there. If
Birds ate 'em.
No, if any kids were on the scene before somebody important found them, what you do as a kid is immediately poke fish eyes out when you find them. I mean, you guys know? Did you guys ever do that?
I've never done that, no.
I
me-
don't.
I
I
did
haven't
it.
stumbled upon many dead
Me and my
fish.
cousin used to go to the pond when we were kids, and some of my other friends. And yeah, you just take like a thin stick and any of the dead fish, you just pop their eyes out. Why? I don't know.
Good eats.
Because you wanted to be in our club. That's why. That's how you got in.
I have one more mysterious mass animal death.
Okay.
It's a weird one. It's the Overtown Bridge in Milton, Scotland, which has become known as the dog suicide bridge because dogs are constantly just running off of it and jumping off of it.
Oh no.
Where is this?
In Scotland,
Wait, I think this. Yeah, this sounds
5
familiar.
dogs within 6 months in 2005.
Just jumped off the bridge for
As
no
early
reason?
as the 1950s, yeah. And
It's
at
gotta be
least
some
50
sort of like
dogs
visual
have done
accident
so.
or something. Like they're chasing something, then they like just don't know that there's a drop off. You know, I don't think they're
Yeah.
intentionally
See, that's what that's
Yeah.
like.
booking it off. the
That's what a
cliff,
functional human being says. Like
Yeah.
on this show, everyone would naturally go to like, dude, there's some ghost.
There must be a
luring
demon.
dogs.
Pushing the dog
Dogs in
off.
deep with
Yeah.
loan sharks. Yeah.
And yeah, they're luring the dog off the edge of the bridge and making it look like there's more land. And the dog's like, "That's cool. This is my friend, but it's a ghost." This now we actually have a rational human being on the show tonight.
Who invited you?
Yeah. Well, anyways, I don't know what the fuck is going on with these animals.
Yeah.
But they better just get their shit together.
But it happens
Quit
all the
dying.
time.
Yeah, really.
Jerks.
In huge groups, you're dying. Stop it.
So
Well, while the animals are dying for no reason, plants are making a comeback.
are they?
They are.
Is it a happening?
We have some
The
fucking.
next segment confuses me. I'll tell you why.
Why?
Well, I'm not confused, but I should say it surprises me. I was always under the impression that the Venus flytrap was special because it was like the only carnivorous plant.
Girl, you crazy.
I know. And I had this revelation earlier this week. I didn't even check. I was like, Andrea, I just have a feeling. I have an intuition that there's a shitload of carnivorous plants. and I did. I just was like, I bet there is. There just has to be, and nobody ever talks about them. Something I've learned from doing this show is there's just,
Lots of things no one ever talks about.
yeah, so what's going on with these goddamn carnivorous plants?
There's a bunch of 'em.
started because of that stupid video of the guy that stuck his tongue in a Venus flytrap. Did you ever see that?
I don't think I ever saw that one.
I'll pull that up while you get this this whole thing going here.
All right. Well, there are a lot of different kinds of carnivorous plants, over a dozen, and most of them eat live prey. Where most of them have some sort of mechanism to either trap bugs, little tiny bugs, or poison them. and then digest them and use their bodies to feed as food, as like fertilizer. So it'll break down their bodies to a point where it can be absorbed by the plant. What?
Damn. Enzymes?
Yeah, they have like fluid. They can, like a Venus flytrap can fill up with fluid and like start to break down its prey after it traps it in there.
So the thing's in there just writhing around, and then slowly it gets melted away
Yeah.
by little active proteins eating away at it.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Gross.
Oh, gross.
That sounds awesome.
They're
for
crazy
the plant.
though. Yeah. I mean, good for these guys. If plants are ever going to overtake animals, these are the ones that are going to do it. All the other plants just sit there and don't do anything.
Yeah.
Idiots.
It's like, move.
We have some cool videos of plants eating things. I'm going to post them on the Facebook real quick. But yeah, there's a lot of different kinds. Let's see. You've probably never heard of any of them, and you'll probably never see them in real life because these things don't live around here. But some of them are like big cups. They're like flower cups that'll a bug will fall into, and they'll trap it down in there with their fluids. Is anybody else on this radio show with me? Or
Sorry,
Yeah,
I just
I'm
took
trying to
a
do
sip of
something.
coffee, and it felt like there was something like metal in there that slipped in, and was fishing around for it, but I couldn't find it. I just had a little tongue hallucination, I guess.
How many of these would it take to take you down?
I wonder.
Venus flytraps?
Yeah.
What did it do to that guy's tongue?
Let's see. I'll find it. There we go.
Oh, there it is.
It just, I don't know. I mean, it just pretty much bites through the outer layer of skin and draws some blood. It's
does
nothing,
draw blood?
yeah, it's nothing too spectacular.
well,
We'll
and
play
the
it right
skin
now.
on your tongue is so thin.
Let's see.
You guys can find this just guy sticks
Oh, gross.
hang on.
It's just so creepy more than anything.
Wait,
Was
I
that
forgot
him
to,
making that
Yeah.
noise?
Are we gonna?
let me play
Oh,
that
yeah, that
screen
is
back
pretty-
again. Here you go.
Are we showing this to the
Yeah,
viewers
once
right
again,
now?
this is a guy. No,
Oh my God.
they can't. We're doing an audio only show tonight, but
Oh.
once again, we're watching a guy stick his tongue slowly into a Venus flytrap, and then this is the noise he makes when it closes.
Yeah.
Fucking retard! How many? That's him showing his tongue to the camera.
That really hurt, man.
So yeah, that was that guy. I'm gonna try to grab the other ones real
Wow.
quick, but
He was pretty bloody after tonguing that Venus flytrap.
yeah, I'll agree to that.
More than I thought. You know.
I mean, it was pretty. It drew a little bit of blood. It's pretty
seemed-
impressive.
I thought it would just be like running a comb over it or something, but it drew blood.
Yeah.
That surprised me.
Well,
running a
those things
comb
are
over
like
it.
real stiff. They might not be super pointy, but they're pretty stiff.
Yeah, they can get in there.
Mike used to have a plant that would move when you touched it. You remember that? What was that thing?
It was like a Hawaiian something plant. And it was,
Oh, like a sensitive plant
yeah, it wasn't
or a
carnivorous
feeling
by any means,
plant?
but like yeah,
no, but it
whenever-
reacted
whenever-
to touch.
Yeah, and it would close. Like
Yeah.
yeah, I can't remember.
And it would go to sleep when you would turn off the light too,
yeah,
right?
Definitely, yeah. It would
That
wake
thing
up
was
in the
really
morning.
cool.
I had a plant that changed colors when I stopped watering it. You actually laughed at that. I thought.
Terrible.
You're welcome.
Yikes. I'm looking for these other things. What else you got on these? What? So what kinds? What are the fucking the kinds that are new to us again?
Oh, there's so many of them. Let's
Well,
see.
roll through them, asshole. Come on,
Sarracenia,
go.
which is also known as a pitcher plant. It's one of the ones that has like flowers made of cups that things will drown into, and then there's a funnel inside of it, so it can collect water and then also dilute the digestive juices so they can digest more with the same amount. And then they're super slippery on the outside, so bugs fall into them all the time. Let's see, there are nepenthes. No, I don't know how to
Oh
pronounce
man,
these.
they look like king
They
cobras.
they totally look like cobras.
Yeah,
That's weird.
That's nuts.
And they're also known as monkey cups. And they're the same kind where they're the pitcher plant. So they have a slippery outside and a trap on the inside.
Slippery outside.
And a trap on the inside.
You gotta love it.
Let's see. We have
I don't even
Genlessy.
need to make the joke.
This is also known as a corkscrew plant. And it lives in like real damp environments.
Yeah.
And they
Sounds shitty.
have lobster pot traps.
None
So
of these
they-
things live anywhere
sounds
around
good.
here, right?
No.
All right, good.
Lobster pot.
And what do they do?
They have, it's called a lobster pot trap. So basically things like get in and get all tangled up in like the spindly vines and then it can't get out and then it dies and fertilizes the plant that way.
Sorry, I didn't think there's
Yeah.
any words to that. You want to
Okay,
check
this thing, this
check
thing
this
on the
video
video
out?
is awesome.
All right, what is this thing?
It'll say on the video, I can't remember.
Did you post this for people to see?
Yes.
All right, so we're looking at like a, I don't know, like a fucking,
It looks like a centipede that has an eyeball at the end of each of its legs.
looks like a
Yeah.
like a mixture between a cactus and a centipede.
Yeah.
what I would go with.
cactipede.
These carnivorous plants make light work of any insects that stray into their deadly clutches. The Cape Sundew, native to South Africa,
Cape
lures ants
Sundew.
and flies in with drops of sweet-smelling fluid on the highly adhesive tentacles that line its leaves. Surrounding tentacles then move further to ensnare the insect.
Basically,
Before
it looks like
glands.
it basically looks like a caterpillar grabbing onto something and folding around it. You know?
Yeah.
It's basically like a fucking plant with a shitload of legs, just grabbing a fly and folding around it. That's basically what you can envision there.
Start to
This is a
release
time lapse too,
digestive
so it's
enzymes.
happening real slowly.
Oh,
Yeah.
These poor bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, their exoskeletons take so long to digest through.
Yeah.
You know? So they just know they're fucked. For their legs are broken. Their will is probably expired. They're just pretty much done for a really long time, while that acid just eats through. And imagine, as a bug, that first place on your body where the acid gets totally through the exoskeleton
No.
to where like the nerves are really raw. You know what I mean?
No.
And you're just like,
this makes
"Ah,
me
dude,
sad.
now my bug juice is spilling out.
Well, I don't know about acid, but if you think about it, I mean, humans are the only ones that don't die horrifically sometimes.
Yeah.
that get to die gracefully, reflecting on accomplishments.
Once in a while.
Yeah.
If you're lucky.
I
If
move
you're
so
lucky.
much
Yeah.
grain as
Most
an
of the
ant.
time in the animal kingdom, it's a horrific, nasty.
Yeah. And that's it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like once in a while, if you're an animal, you get to, like, a deer might do something dignified, like crawl under, like, a bush, on a nice day, and just kind of, all the other deer will be like, well, he's gone, we'll kind of maybe give him a little deer salute and be on our way. But, I don't know. Yeah, I think it happens. I think it happens out there in the wild.
Little
I think,
deer medal of honor sort of thing.
yeah, once in a while, they live their whole life, and they go, all right, I'm done. They go off and they pad, do that thing with their front legs and pad out a little area, lay down in the shade, and fucking die.
Don't answer.
6 hours later, coyotes are tearing them apart.
If that's not dignity, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I think that's called distemper.
What else is this?
Don't ants bury their dead though?
They have mass graves,
They
I
have
think.
mass graves,
Yeah. But still.
Yeah.
All right.
A Venus flytrap leaf is divided into two halves,
right,
fringed
let's watch
with
this thing.
stiff spikes.
See, it's too fucking
Each
slow.
plant
No fly.
carries 3 touch-sensitive hairs.
See,
and when
you have to be
touched,
really stupid as a fly to fall for that.
Yeah.
I mean, that
But
thing
it tastes
closes,
so good in there.
That thing closes really slow. Get out of there, fly. See, it just lays down.
Yeah. It's just a plant. Just walk out the side of it. It's a
while these
plant.
Yeah.
carnivorous plants are short on mercy, some fortunate creatures do live to fight another day.
Yeah, a lot of them get away, I'm sure. These plants are
That,
stupid.
that one got out of there real stupidly, though. They
surprised
could
that-
have had a better
I'm
example.
surprised any of these plants survive whatsoever. Those are pretty fucking slow. What else? What's this other thing?
It's just more
I could
footage
beat that
of,
thing's ass, dude.
Yeah, no shit. What is this thing?
You could skip ahead to like 35 seconds on this. There's a weird long intro.
I just saw an eagle.
reveals without the largest and
Okay.
So this one has, these are like the
waiting for
pitcher
small
plants.
life forms to fall into their traps. Within the realm of carnivorous plants,
Oh, these
they
are-
are
okay,
without
yeah.
a doubt the largest and most
Oh, I've seen
colorful
these before.
species.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they just wait for shit to fall down in there and just absorb it
Pitcher
really
plants aren't the
slowly.
only plants
Yeah.
that feed on small animals. There are others that also grow in swamps and bogs, like this one.
Oh my
Although
god.
not as
We
impressive
have
in
swamps
size,
and bogs around
the form
here.
and color of these little plants makes them special.
Is he waist
But
deep in a
perhaps
bog right
most
now?
impressive is the system utilized by these plants to capture
There's
He's
their
no,
balls
there's
deep
no
in it.
lower
Yeah.
half of
kill
him.
their
And he's
prey
dressed
before
he's
digesting.
dressed just like Quinn from Sliders, and he has the same
Yeah.
haircut.
And this species is called Drosera rotundifolia, the round-leaf
Whoa.
sundew.
Fucking
One of the
mid-90s
principal aspects
douchebag
of
this
these
guy is.
plants is that
Oh.
the leaves are covered in tentacles, which have these shiny, colorful glands.
That's
that
the same one we
produce
saw, except it's
attractive
round instead of
and
long.
sticky nector.
Yeah, okay.
It is an
Glands.
elixir
It's gonna
that
get you,
lures
guy.
innocent insects
Glands with sticky
directly to their
nectar.
death.
Man, these bugs are really retarded, dude.
Yeah. Bugs are dumb. Plants
Well-
are kicking their asses.
That's how, the ones that made it are the ones that mate.
Yeah.
Pitcher plants,
the-
sundews, and other carnivorous
Go ahead and
plants.
evolve, These
Yeah.
are there's got to be dumb ones for us to watch these videos.
That's true. How do you get eaten by a plant?
That's fucking retarded. What else you got on these things?
That's about it. I just thought they were crazy. Who knew there were so many kinds? And they digest things in so many different ways. That aquatic one that tricks things into getting stuck in it is pretty crazy. It just lets things get stuck in it and die. And then it absorbs their power.
Yeah, some of them use a slippery whatever and then a trap.
The fuck are you guys talking about?
The different kinds of carnivorous plants. Where have you
All right.
been?
Moving along here, pal. What's next? Did we do all your stupid carnivorous plants or what?
Yeah, this was first of all, this was your idea, so don't call them my stupid carnivorous plants. You want to talk about them.
Shut up. What is the next thing?
We have some treasure has been found. I feel like they've been finding treasure left and right lately, don't you?
It's everywhere.
Or did we just start looking for it?
Who, us?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What happened? What do you got?
Well, we've got 50,000 pounds worth of silver and gold was found under a hedge by somebody walking by.
Eagle-eyed walker stumbled upon a small fortune when they spotted a treasure trove worth $50,000 or 50,000 lira. What is that shit?
Pounds,
Pounds?
I think.
The fuck? It looks like an L.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, dollars looks like an
This
S.
is how horribly unfamiliar I am with money. No idea. The hoard, which was made up of gold and silver bullion, as well as extremely rare coins, was found on February 11th in the village of London, Colney, Hertfordshire. Sounds like 80 fucking names when it's in English. Police have now appealed to its rightful owners to come forward.
So they think that it was part of a burglary. But
Yeah.
it's like a ton of different coins and like little silver bars.
Well, that's not a... So who's going to get... So, yeah, this is another... Who found it exactly?
Somebody who was walking, an eagle-eyed walker.
And then they fucking...
And then they turned it into the goddamn police.
They turn it in.
Yeah.
Fucking retards.
There you
Idiots.
go.
They could be 50,000 lira richer right now.
Whatever.
So many L's they would have.
Axe heads found in Silsden Field were treasure, coroner rules.
Yeah, so this was found a while ago, but they finally got these axe heads appraised, and they are officially ruled as treasure.
2 early Bronze Age flat axes unearthed in a farmer's field near Silsden last summer have been declared as treasure by Bradford coroner Martin Fleming. The finds were discovered at an undisclosed location in July by hobby metal detectorist Edward Hannon from Thornbury. So what the hell is he going to get for these things?
I guess he could sell them to a museum.
That's it?
I guess, yeah. Let's see. She believed the British Museum might be interested in adding them to its collection.
The past 15 years, there had only been 133 other treasure finds reported by metal detectorists in the Bradford area. That sounds like a lot to me.
Only 130.
But see, that's why it's so much cooler to be over there. I mean, there's just like treasure in your backyard constantly. you
Yeah.
know? There's just fucking all there is treasure. Just
Yeah, because
6
everything's
inches
so
down.
old.
Here it's a lot harder.
Yeah. Yeah, everything's new here. What are you even going to find that's old? Nothing.
So, what else with these fucking
Yeah.
axes? The British Museum might be interested in adding them to its collection. The axes would now have to be valued by an independent panel, so a reward can be shared between the finder and the landowner.
There you go.
All right, well, that's something, I guess. You know, he's lucky. See, this is what I was talking about before. If it's not gold or silver, you'll eventually get to keep it and maybe
Right.
get to auction it or sell it to a museum or something. Like, anytime it's fucking gold and silver, the government will try to step in somehow.
Yeah, if you
and-
actually
and
find
take
something
it.
that's money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the next thing?
A 10-year-old in Oklahoma found a piece of history, and he unearthed a giant World War II era artillery shell. And it was within 15 minutes of his first time he ever went metal detecting.
Dude, every time I watch a metal detector find like some old, shell or like cannonball from like the Civil War, they're always like, now you want to be very careful with these. This one looks like it's all right, so I'm going to handle it. It's like, dude, come on. It's like, and it's so very old. I guess I'm probably wrong and people will say, no, they can explode, whatever. Like, I don't know. Would you ever fucking think twice about picking up like a shell from World War II?
No, I wouldn't.
So what happened?
Okay, so they took a picture of it and posted it on Facebook in the hopes that somebody might be able to say what it was. And people started telling them to get out of the house and that it was a World War II era artillery shell. And they were like, oh, it's going to explode. Get it out of the house. Get rid of it, whatever. So they called the bomb squad to come check it out. And the bomb squad showed up and shot the dog. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
The bomb squad showed up and discovered that it was just a training round and never would have exploded even during World War II.
There you go.
Nice.
What the fuck is wrong with everyone?
Everyone's an idiot.
Everyone's so freaked out by every little fucking thing.
It's not gonna explode. Just go ahead and grab it.
Yeah, you're
shit.
fine.
Jesus.
Don't worry about it.
You pussies.
What else? Is that it for treasure?
Yeah, that's that's just this week, though. I mean, that's a lot of treasure in a week.
yeah.
I can't wait until we have our own treasure story to tell.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go and stick our rods in the ground and find some treasure, right? Isn't that that's the new thing?
That's a new thing, sticking rods in the ground.
Got a rod, stick it in the ground, find a thing.
All right, you know who's on the phone?
Treasure.
Who do we got?
John. Oh, god damn it. John the Destroyer. Hello?
Oh, whoa, hey.
Christ.
Whoa.
So I'm in a pretty good mood, so I'm only going to destroy two things. And then there's a third thing, it's just for discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, the first thing I want to destroy is Bigfoot. Because why is he called Bigfoot? Does he have one regular sized foot and one large foot, or just one foot? Because I'm pretty sure he should be called Big Feet. That's about what I expected. I can't hear anything on this end. All I can hear is sound effects.
Go on with your second thing.
All right. Yogurt commercials. It's always women looking like they're having orgasms eating yogurt, but you never see men eating yogurt. And I like eating yogurt, and I don't want to have to put on a really thin cuss every time I want to enjoy a yogurt. So there you go. And the third thing is just for discussion, Nain Rouge, which is a Detroit mythological creature that is an omen of horrible things that are going to happen to the city.
All right, what is this thing?
I just found out about it this year, and I grew up in this area, but apparently he's sighted before every major catastrophe in Detroit. And so they have these parades now to scare him away or make him happy so he doesn't fuck the city up.
So what's his name? Dunain Rouge?
It's like a
Rouge.
Or Nain Rouge? Oh yeah, you know.
Yeah.
March of
Yeah.
Nain Rouge. Yeah.
Yeah.
In 1701, legendary founder of Detroit, Antoine de la Motte Cadillac, some shit, met a fortune teller who warned him to beware of Nain Rouge, a red devil that had appeared to Cadillac in a dream. She warned him that the little red imp is the embodiment of his ambition, anger, pride, envy, everything that held him back. The Nain Rouge, she told him, is the harbinger of doom. If Cadillac chose to settle near the straits between Michigan and Ontario, the fortune teller said, it may pay off one day, but it would be a long uphill slog fraught with setbacks. So what made you think about this stupid shit?
Oh, because they had the parade in Detroit today.
They had the parade
So there was
today.
there was a big parade in Detroit today to keep the little red devil away.
Is it like a real parade, or is it just like a big group of fucking stupid people wearing red shirts walking in the street?
Hey, you guys are also getting.
I don't know. In this day and age, they're probably wearing Mardi Gras beads and getting drunk.
Are people flashing their boobs and like have those fucking plastic Brazil horns?
No, it's probably
Zuvuzuela,
too
you know the
cold for
ones?
What
that.
the fuck are you talking about now? You guys are all you guys are also getting like a RoboCop statue in Detroit. That place is fucking stupid. Yeah.
No, it's privately funded.
Detroit sucks.
USA. Okay,
No, the
so
RoboCop statue's awesome.
yeah, I guess that depends on what you mean by awesome.
Let's get a Terminator in Chicago.
No.
Let's
Okay,
get
so
Zordon.
do you believe in this Nain? Nain?
And no, I don't believe
Do
in
you
the
call
name.
it Nain?
I call it kind of inane.
For
you remind-
300 years, Detroiters memorialized Cadillac's action and willingness to persevere and hope for better things, combined with the determination to rise from the ashes. At Detroit's worst moments, the Nain has been there, cackling or taunting the city's residents.
Like if I'd grown up hearing about it, I might believe it. But, I found out like the other day, and I've spent most of my life in southeastern Michigan, so this is weird.
I'm sorry, you spent most of your life where?
In the Detroit area.
Oh. I didn't understand what he said.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna explain it, but
Oh.
unfortunately, on such occasions, the Nain Rouge manifests. What is this? Detroit. Where did I start in the middle of something? Every year, Detroiters celebrate liberation from the Nain, a new beginning, and whatever is good and working in the city, and a spring festival for the good and betterment of the city of Detroit. Unfortunately, on such occasions, the Nain Rouge manifests, revealing itself to revelers, taunting them by highlighting all of its evil accomplishments and plans to bring the city down. Yeah, this just sounds like some dumb made-up thing.
Yeah. It probably is just, at this point, an excuse to get drunk.
Does anybody go
in
to
the
this
middle
thing?
of the day.
I saw pictures like that were like on the old faceplate, and it seemed like they had a big crowd.
Everyone wants to revel in how
there's
shitty
always big
Detroit
crowds
is.
in Detroit complaining about something.
What'd you say, Mike?
I said everyone wants to revel in how shitty Detroit is. It's just an excuse to celebrate Detroit's shittiness.
I guess, yeah. Even them at this point.
Yeah.
Detroit's not that bad.
I like how the website has the silhouette of like this little leprechaun or Santa's elf character.
Or like a garden gnome.
It's like the ICP clown. It's like the gathering for Detroit people.
It does look a lot like
Detroit
the fucking
people.
stupid ICP clown.
They had a big Krampus party too for the Santa Krampus devil guy.
Right, yeah. He was like part of that original Saturnalia celebration.
Yeah.
Well, it's like in big cities in like cold climates, they're always looking for excuses to throw parties because people are bored all winter.
Yeah. Do we have anything stupid like this around us? I can't think of anything that's kind of the same level around here.
There's that goat for the Cubs.
Oh, there's the
Don't you
Cubs
have, like,
goat. That's pretty
Italian
stupid.
and Irish parades and stuff.
Yeah, that's stupid, but it's not. That's like they use heritage for an excuse, not like a weird superstitious belief.
Yeah.
So, well, that's weird. Who knew? Detroit has folklore.
Folklore.
You'd never
I
think.
thought it was just like a soulless machine. I didn't know there was like
Yeah. Who knew? It's got personality.
Wonderful.
I thought it ate people and crapped out cars.
Fuck you, John.
All right.
All right, he's out of here.
Good.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back on the Sunday Evening Overdose. We're back.
Back.
We're back.
Yes, indeed.
Guess who's back?
On the Sunday Evening Overdose.
It's
Thank
us.
you very much for sticking with us. We appreciate it. We're going to go to the ghost town.
Ghost town time. Spooky.
What's this fucking old pilot thing? Because I think I've heard this story before. But
Well-
Tracy wanted us to do this. What is this?
Yeah, it's kind of a mass sighting.
Yeah, we were trying to find like mass paranormal experiences or whatever, and there's surprisingly really few to draw from. So we kind of gave up on that, but we have a couple things, I guess.
Also, when you Google mass ghost sighting, all that comes up is shit that happened in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
Sucks.
you have to get
You
creative.
gotta find a workaround.
But what is this one thing with these pilots? I'm pretty sure this is an old famous story.
Yeah, they perished on in a crash, obviously, as they were flying on their plane.
What kind? Oh, a plane crash.
A plane crash. There are 2 of the 101 people who died, but since that happened, they have been spotted more times than would be coincidental. And often they've been spotted by groups of people. However, only like 2 or 3 people at a time, but they'll all see the same thing.
So this was where? Okay, December of 1972, Eastern Airlines TriStar jetliner flight 401 crashed into a Florida swamp. Bob Loft. I remember that name.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Don
yeah, and then
Arepo.
people
Who doesn't know Bob Loft?
Well, because people for years said they saw him.
Yeah.
Like
It's
on
still
a plane?
going on. This was in 1974, and it's still going on. Or
Where-
1972, I'm sorry.
Where are they seeing him? Are they seeing him on the plane while it's in the air?
Yeah, he supposedly has like warned people about problems with planes before and shit. And,
Yeah.
you know, and just all kinds of stories, whatever.
And they've
wonder how that
salvaged
goes.
a bunch of pieces from the plane that he crashed on, and where those pieces were then put into new planes, they tend to appear as well.
Interesting.
So it's like they're connected to just the pieces of the plane. But
Yeah, this is an old story.
I wonder what the sighting stories are like, because you're up in a plane. Like, how are you going to lose him? Like, does he dissolve away in front of their faces while, in the story, or do they think they see him and he whispers something and then
well,
he
let's
sneaks in
see.
the bathroom and he's gone?
I'm sure there were some things of that. But let's see, one guy spotted him outside of the plane while he was performing a pre-flight inspection. And one of the pilots appeared and spoke to him and said, "You don't need to worry about the pre-flight. I've already done it." But that was outside, so I guess it would be easy for him to, vanish outside. But you know how sometimes you turn around and a ghost is gone? They just
sounds
wait.
like a terrorist,
they just wait
though.
for like a half second when you're not looking, and then they just disappear.
Yeah,
So that would happen on a plane if it would happen anywhere,
I guess. Yeah.
wouldn't it?
No.
Can anyone speak from experience?
That's how the movies always show it.
Ghost plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like stories like this because it's a lot of people who are really kind of risking their professional life to come out and say, like, hey, I pretty sure I saw the dead guy and he told me that the plane was,
Yeah.
already checked. And they're like, what? What did you just fucking say? Like, yeah, Bob Loft? Yeah, I know Bob Loft. Well, like how embarrassing and weird is it to have to like tell anyone this story? you know?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, apparently it's happened a ton of times
A
though.
lot of times, yeah. Well, by haunting the individual pieces of the plane, they've been able to create like a network of haunting space. They have like a selection of planes to haunt at any given
They did this on
time.
purpose.
Yeah.
But like,
It was a good choice.
once you, once you have like a large group of people and there's like a story there, I wonder if there's pilots that are like nudging each other, like, have you seen Bob Loft yet? You know, like, and then they get the idea in their heads, like, oh man, you had a Bob Loft thing happen, and like they just start creating, you know, are there like examples of sightings that we could look into?
Yes.
Oh yeah, there's some she's probably got, but there's a lot of professions out there where like within them or when they get drunk, you know, to other people, they they really do talk. Like a lot of paramedics and fucking cops and shit talk about like their paranormal experiences. You know, like I think a lot of people that deal with like trauma, you know, and you know, in a maybe a dangerous field or whatever, are pretty fucking exposed to whatever happens when paranormal events happen. You know, they're what
I was gonna say, and we know that pilots drink.
Oh yeah,
They're like
that's essential
all the time
for some of the shit. Do you have some
it's a requirement
examples of some of these?
Yeah. Faye Merriweather, a flight attendant, saw, is it Repo or Repo? The other guy who's not Loft. I think it's Repo.
Nah, who cares?
Whatever. Saw his face looking out at her from an oven in the gallery of one of the planes. Understandably alarmed, she fetched 2 colleagues, one of whom was the flight engineer who had been a friend of Repo's and recognized him instantly. So she went and got 2 other people, and they all came back and saw him still. And then they all 3 heard him warn them to watch out for fire on this airplane. And then the plane later encountered serious engine trouble, and on the last leg of its flight was canceled. And it had
yeah, see, that's like the kind of shit you wouldn't want to tell someone when you work in a restaurant, let alone like on airplanes.
An airplane,
you're like,
yeah.
God, you know what? I kind of don't want like the cooks to make fun of me, you know, for the rest of the time I work here.
I guess the plane's going down because I'm not gonna speak a word of this shit.
What's the next thing?
Let's see. Repo, he appeared again in an oven, but he was fixing it. He told a flight engineer that he had not fixed the oven and there had not been another engineer on board. So he like fixed it before the plane took off. The ghost did, apparently, because nobody else who existed could take credit for having done it, and basically saved the plane. Otherwise, they wouldn't have noticed it until they were off the ground.
Yeah, these guys are always doing shit like that.
I don't know. Not enough ghosts are pulling their weight, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've said that
Fucking
before,
lazy
yeah.
ghosts.
Yeah, this Repo guy.
No, I know. A lot of
Get it
them are
done.
just hanging out. Oh, hey, there's the ghost that just walks through that doorway every 7 months.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah,
You
why
know,
are there
like-
no ghosts from like recent times though? It's all like 1920s and like earlier ghosts. So there's no like 1980s ghosts, you know?
No, there are.
They're
Like
there. They
AIDS
just don't have a
survivors ghosts,
reputation
you know?
yet.
No?
Yeah, there's just
not
not-
enough hauntings yet to gain
Yeah.
popularity.
I mean, think
Yeah.
about it.
It takes at least like 40, 50 years to get in like a few cycles of like shitty paranormal paperbacks.
I don't know.
Yeah.
If someone haunted me with a piano guitar, I'd shit my pants and tell everybody. So.
Piano guitar. And there's another one where Repo appeared to a captain of an airplane and actually said to him, "There will never be another crash. We will not let it happen." So they're actually out there being ghosts
They're
and keeping
Ghost
planes from crashing.
vigilante.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's cool. Nice ghosts.
So way to go, guys.
They're underneath the wings, holding
All right.
the plane up.
They are the ghosts beneath our wings. We've got a more
A ghost
recent
in the window?
more recent ghost sighting.
That's the headline. A ghost in the window?
Holy
Could
cow.
it be?
I don't buy it.
One in a series of photographs unveils an unexpected image. What's going on with this bullshit?
A photographer got a surprise when he took a look at the photographs he'd taken at Harbor Pond at dusk. This is in Townsend, which is...
All right, we're looking at this. This is a nice picture of a little waterfall.
Yeah, but if you'll notice in the window, I'm going to post this on the Facebook for anybody playing along at home.
Yeah, an old mill house there, I think, or something, right?
Yeah.
Some shitty waterfall house.
Yeah, some little... Almost looks like an old barn. like converted into a house.
Okay, so
Anyway.
what are we looking at there?
The middle photo is quite different. 3 lights appear in the window nearest the dam. Oh, it's next to a dam. He referred to those lights as a ghost figure, and you can kind of see it. It kind of looks like a head and shoulders in the window made out of light. Let's see. There were no cars going by, and nobody was in the building because it was closed. I was also the only car in the parking lot, so I can't explain where the light/figure came from.
It doesn't look like anything to me. I don't know.
The person who owns that building said, I have a table that's sitting in front of the window. There's no lamp there, no candle, no nothing.
It looks like it could possibly be this guy's parked car with the headlights reflecting in it or something like that. Or it doesn't look like a flash. It seems too yellow to be any camera flash or anything like that.
Yeah.
no,
And this
that's-
picture doesn't require a flash.
That's really stupid. I hate the shit that gets into the paranormal news feeds. Like, this is retarded. That's just quite obviously some light from across a river, right? I mean, it's just really stupid, isn't it? No?
Yeah.
I mean, am I
don't
stupid
know.
or what?
I don't know.
But
If you're this guy, it's not stupid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
I mean, we're just looking at the picture.
It's still stupid,
I hate it.
especially if you're this guy. No, really. I mean, what do you like? Do you think there's anything going on there?
I don't know. I see it. I can see how it's a figure. It's hard to tell where the sun is. Can we tell where it could be a reflection
Whatever.
of the sun?
People can check it out and decide.
Yeah, I'm putting it on the
Who gives a shit?
Facebook.
What's this next thing? A video, huh? Poltergeist caught on cam. Woman being haunted by ghost of dead brother.
Oh
See?
my god.
Sounds like a BuzzFeed article title.
Yeah, it probably is. What is this from? See,
Tech Times.
okay, there. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah. See, this is in Blackpool, England. 33-year-old and mother of 4, Donna Ayres, is being regularly visited by a spirit she believes to be her dead brother. The reunion would have been pleasant, except these visits are more of hauntings. She's moved residences 5 times since 2009 due to experiencing mild to violent hauntings from a spirit that won't seem to leave them alone. So I'll share the video on this too. But she apparently captures a lot of it on video because she's so used to it happening around her. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not pulling that video up because it's some stupid bullshit site, and I don't feel like it.
right.
We'll post it for you.
Yeah, we couldn't
you guys if you
download
want
it,
to.
but I don't know. It seems like at this point it's probably pretty easy to fake that kind of stuff and make a YouTube channel about it. Don't you think?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a very stable formula. See what my ghost brother's doing next week.
Yeah.
Tell that
Holy
to
shit.
Paranormal Activity 12 or whatever they're on.
But no,
right
actually,
Yeah, right.
I have seen YouTube channels that have sustained for several years by just doing like pretty good, like fake videos, and making them just enough to where you're like, I don't know if they set that up or not, or like, and you're thinking like, wow, that would have had to be really fast. They would have had to move to get out of the way of the camera if that was them or something,
Yeah.
You're just thinking like, would they have done that? And yeah, they would have.
How hard would it have been, and do you think it would be worth it?
There was
basically,
like the ghost and the girl in the pantry was like a really famous. I mean, people have gotten millions and millions of views on their channels with this stuff. So yeah, I mean, you could sustain that for quite a while.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fucking retards, including me, who will sit there and watch it
Yeah.
for a long time. I will sit there and just try to make ghosts real for hours.
Yeah. There has to be something.
Yeah, and it's just not. There's just
Yeah.
never anything. I mean, I don't know. I think there is like a lot of weird evidence. A lot of our guests have shared some cool shit with us, but yeah, it's just never.
There's nothing that's undebatable.
Yeah, you just never get that one like gem.
Yeah.
You guys have talked lots of ghost stories on the show before?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, every show.
All we do is
Really?
talk ghost stories.
Ah, I've never you. There's
this
a
is
bunch
this
from.
is a ghost show.
Oh, really?
Why, you got ghost stories?
Not anything. Well, I guess I've had a couple, but nothing really like insane. But back in military school, it's like almost a 200-year-old high school that has just tons of ghost stories that are either like, I don't know if it's like folklore at that point, but there's definitely some interesting ones. There's lots of like suicide type attempts and people seeing like hanging sightings and just weird stuff like that.
Did you see anything personally?
One time, it was more of like a consistent evidence sort of thing. Like this kid's locker, his closet kept on getting like organized, and he was new to the school, so he didn't know how to organize the closet like for an inspection or whatever. But it kept on, all the clothes in his closet were all like inspection passing, organized, whatever. And I had been there a couple years, so like I kept on asking him how he did this shit. So I ended up taking his closet key from him, and I would lock it, and I would like tear all the clothes off the hangers, or just tear like a couple clothes off the hangers and make some evidence that it was a dirty closet and lock it and take the key. I'd come back, we'd all go to football practice or whatever and come back and, swear to God, the clothes were all like, back to normal and on the hangers.
It was a nice ghost.
Yeah, it was a militarily friendly ghost, Either that or like, there's a really nice nanny going around there somewhere.
Yeah.
With a master key. Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
That's fine.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, we're listening to you guys streaming. What's going on with you guys?
You're listening to the show?
Yeah. Is it streaming right now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're listening to it right now.
Oh, how are we doing?
Pretty good. The phone's making a lot of music.
You got to turn the radio off.
Yeah, can you turn your speakers down in the background, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Did you call because you have a ghost story for us?
Yeah, of course.
All right, so this is Al, right?
No, yeah, shit. All right, sorry. I'm lagging a little bit. My bad.
No, that's cool. We had our phone screener sent us the information already. What's the deal? You got a ghost story? Go ahead.
Yeah, like I was walking my neighbor's dog yesterday, and there was this rattling in the bushes, and it kind of really spooked me out. And then I realized it was my ex-girlfriend, so I ran like hell. But sorry, I didn't really have anything to say.
What is that?
I don't know. I was frustrated. What the fuck was that?
Did he hang up?
No, you just hung up.
His name said Al, but I don't remember who that was.
He was hysterical.
Was that...
He called us with the UFO story.
Is that who it was? He said, okay, so here's what he said. He said, I was walking my dog yesterday. I think this was it, and I thought I saw a ghost.
He heard something in the bushes.
Oh, was that what it was?
Yeah, I think so. I heard a rattling, rustling
he,
in the bushes.
What was it? I thought it was a ghost, but it was my ex-girlfriend, so I ran away, and then he says, sorry, I didn't know what to say. And then he just bailed.
He called us. Hey, are you guys streaming?
Wait, so he's not listening to the show,
Yeah.
is he?
He said he was, though.
And then we heard it in the background.
We heard it in the background.
So it was on. Why did he ask if we were streaming if he was listening?
Wait, and we're on for 4 hours. He had so much time to think of something if he wanted to say it, you know?
Wait, I want to give him a second chance. I want him to... Let's give him... Al, call us back and redeem yourself. Take your time. Call back later in the show if you want to.
I just love... I didn't know what to say. Or whatever.
I guess I didn't have anything to say.
I didn't have anything to say. All right, I'll see you.
You called the radio show.
That was good, though.
Yeah.
So, were we done with the military school stories?
Yeah, did you have any other...
I can't top out Al's story, guys. Get out of here.
Right.
Terrifying.
It was his ex-girlfriend after all.
Hiding in the bushes, rattling the bushes.
Holy fucking
Rattling
shit.
the bushes.
Gonna get you.
Well,
Ex-girlfriend in the bushes. Bush friend.
bush friend.
Is that it?
Yeah, I don't have any more ghost stories.
All right, moving along.
I do have a good shark story.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there was
Egypt.
a fucking... I forgot about this. A German tourist or something
Yeah.
got killed.
Got his legs eaten off.
Did he die?
Yeah, big time. That just happened today.
Egyptian official says police are conducting an investigation after a shark bit off a 52-year-old man's leg. Egypt's Red Sea coast, huh?
Yeah. So, died. There are not a lot of details yet because it just happened. But the last time a shark attack happened there was in 2010. And he killed a 70-year-old German tourist. Maybe the Germans are doing something.
Well, maybe they're just tasty.
Yeah. You get all those fatty foods. Eat sauerkraut.
Yeah.
Vinegar tenderizes their meat.
They could be they could be just a lot better tasting than us for a lot of reasons. An official from the German embassy in Cairo said it had received reports that a German citizen died in the area but was not aware of the cause of the death. Egypt is one of the world's top diving destinations. Similar attacks have happened in the past. That was the 70-year-old. So bit his fucking legs off
Yeah.
and then just left.
And then just
And
left.
just took off and
Was
didn't
just
even
like-
stay to see if he was all right.
Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous.
How do you raise a shark without any manners?
They're so trainable. I mean, how do you fuck it up?
Do you think you could train a shark? Why would you want to?
Oh, why would you not want to train a shark?
There's a lot of reasons you need him on your side, but I mean,
To fight other sharks.
yeah, I really wouldn't want to be around him.
You need to train lots of little sharks to fight a big shark.
I don't know. I think we should just talk about cops instead.
All right.
Alrighty.
Well,
What?
I've got a guy
about
who killed a cop during a no-knock raid.
All right. We're doing the police news. We're in a new situation and we don't have our fucking intros and stuff, or else you would know. It's the police news.
Police news.
Wee.
Read.
Oh, there you go.
Well, yeah, this guy so was basically just at his house, had no idea what was going on. Cops bust in and raid the place, and he shoots one of them, right?
Yeah, well, he shot 4 of them.
Oh, he
Oh,
shot
wow.
4 of them?
Yeah, he shot 4 cops as they're busting into his house before they had identified them as police officers. And they were looking for drugs, although it's unclear why they chose his house to look for the drugs, but there were no drugs found.
Did he kill any of them?
One of them died, yeah.
Oh man, I thought they were like armored the fudge up when they go.
Well,
in.
he got one somehow.
Oh,
I
yeah, I
know,
mean,
he,
I'm sure they've got, you can shoot them right under the chin or something, you know? Like,
Was
they
this
gotta
guy-
there's
Yeah.
somewhere you can get them.
Johnny Quick Hands with his guns though, for real.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
well, I mean,
Yeah, wow.
Well,
you
let's
never
see,
know, though.
Killeen,
See, like,
Texas.
cops are also, like, you know, a lot of those, like, local SWAT teams and shit, they really think they're, like, secret agents and shit, but they're probably, like, stomping up the stairs and stuff, like,
Yeah.
all right, and, like, pointing at each other, whispering. This guy's, like, upstairs, like, dude, who the fuck is about to break into my house, you know? And
Yeah.
so he's got, like, 45 seconds to get his gun, you know, and stand there, and you know, I mean, this is just, they usually don't get away with it. I mean, and it's usually, I'm kind of always up in the air of whether or not I believe that they don't know they're cops. Like, I really don't give a shit either way, but, you know, I just, part of me just wonders, like, is that just what you always say, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if
How
you're-
was I supposed to know they were cops?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like
mean,
after
you're
the
just
third or fourth round, you just see people in huge armored suits that you're just gonna keep shooting at.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and just I mean, I understand why you do it, but I also think like a lot of these guys then immediately know to say like, this how would I fucking know they were police? But it's just your excuse to kill cops.
Yeah, but on the other side, cops are always like, I feared for my life. He
Oh,
looks
yeah,
like
yeah.
a demon.
Yeah.
You know?
He came at me like a demon.
I didn't change sides. I just
Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm just saying it goes both ways. You know, it's nice to see that kind of logic applied in the other direction.
Right. So what's going on with this guy? He's was he convicted of some kind of crime for this or what?
Yeah, well, he's trying to say it's self-defense, obviously, because he didn't know, quote unquote, didn't know they were police officers.
5:30 in the morning, they came in, and the guy and his wife sought to protect themselves. Blah 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 blah. Go on.
So prosecutors are seeking the death penalty for him, even though a few months before, in an almost identical case, the man who shot cops in a no-knock raid was not indicted, and it was almost an exactly identical case. So now they're seeking the death penalty for this guy, but it's unclear why. So there's a petition to get like a...
Well, what's unclear exactly? I mean, they're just an organized fucking gang. If you kill one
Right.
of them, they're gonna do everything they can do to fuck with you. You know.
You said they
That's-
didn't find drugs in his house or anything?
No, nothing.
No, nothing.
Oh,
I'm
man,
sure.
that's crazy.
Yeah, it was either...
That happens. I mean, it seems like you hear about it every month or two. That
Yeah.
there's like one of these high-profile raids that they're just like, oh, 5304. Sorry.
Yeah.
We just killed your
You know, once
dad and your fish.
Yeah.
sorry, that adrenaline gets going and
Yeah.
mine's out the window.
I feared for my life. After all, you were Mexican.
My instincts took over.
So, anyways, so then what? A petition got started up for this guy. Tell me about this shit.
So a petition got started up to drop the charges against him, considering they were dropped against the last guy who did an identical thing. And in the past 2 days, it's gotten 99% of all of its signatures. So I'm going to post this on our page if people want to sign it, if you care about petitions. But
Yeah,
it's basically
basically,
just saying
I mean-
this is clearly self-defense.
And it's basically saying, yeah, you can't fault a guy. I mean, you can't set the precedent that when people kick your door down and point guns at you, you can either take their word for who they are. Because I was thinking about that the other day. How fucking easy is it in this like police worshiping culture to throw some black clothes on and get a few weapons and bust somebody's door down and say police, police, and watch everybody just hit the ground and put their hands behind their backs and nobody dare fight back, And in situations I've been in with the police before, there's no such thing as, hey, let me see your badge. No.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh, sure.
yeah.
I get it.
let me
me
see
get it
like
out.
Let us trade papers really quickly. Yeah.
right, yeah. Let me see some permanent shoulder damage. That'll work. You can ask him for that. You can let me see the bottom of your shoe while you all laugh. That's another good one.
Let me see your knee on my heart.
Yeah, so I mean this whatever. This guy is gonna fucking probably not get out of this shit, I would imagine.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of success stories where people do get away with defending themselves in a no-knock raid. I don't know how it usually goes in Texas, but they do have
Texas
kind
is
of
probably one of the states that they're most likely to actually uphold.
Yeah.
They
have the stand your ground law, which is very, very clear in that if you feel like you are threatened and you are standing your ground, you can shoot the person who's coming after you.
Yeah.
So I don't see how they could possibly give him the death penalty for that. They didn't identify themselves as police officers. So how could they convict him of murdering police officers?
And to me, even if they did, who cares? I mean, and it was for drugs too,
Yeah, allegedly.
You know what? Go fuck yourself. Don't knock people's doors down for drugs and you won't get shot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how many police that they've tried. Oh, all the police are killed. How many of them was it like they're initiating the act of force and violence. Probably almost 100%. You know, they're the ones like stopping and detaining people and fucking kicking in doors and shit, and then crying when oh, I can't believe it. I mean, what a psychotic operation it really is.
Yeah.
When you break it down, I mean, it is just like really childish and bullyish, you know, in a classic sense, just to fucking to destroy someone's house and break in with guns, and then, well, come on, you know, he shot one of us, and
Yeah.
like he should.
I was climbing through his window. I wasn't pointing a gun at him.
Yeah, and we said police.
Yeah.
Why did
Couldn't
they
he
eliminate?
tell?
What's wrong with the knock? Why did the knock become so unpopular? Why don't they just knock?
They just do it with their foot really hard one time.
Yeah.
yeah.
That doesn't mean they don't do it.
Yeah.
And
Still counts.
what also happened to, you know, let's not, like, it didn't used to be so crazily serious with drugs. Like, whatever happened to just, like, let's just, you know, kind of let it be to where, like, if you're not calling attention to yourself, we'll just leave you alone. And, like, if you get caught out with something, they might arrest you or whatever. But, like, they're fucking kicking people's doors down left and right. Like, what was it? We read the statistics. It's like the SWAT raids have gone up, what, like 1,000,000% in the past?
A million D at least,
I mean, in the past 10, 20 years
No,
or
it
whatever.
was a lot. I don't remember the exact number, but it was
whatever.
surprising.
It's just getting more and more. And it's for, like, you know, oh, somebody's got an ounce of cocaine or something. It's just like,
Yeah.
these just, you know.
Or any amount of marijuana.
Oh, sure, that's right. Yeah,
Why
yeah.
the fuck are you raiding someone's house, taking their children away
Yeah, I was just going to
for
say it's
any
the
amount
children.
of marijuana? Yeah.
Oh, marijuana.
Somebody think of the children.
Give me the kids. Taking the
Yeah.
kids, marijuana. Give me the kids. What is that, a young man?
That's
He's coming with us.
But that's the whole other operation, is to steal kids.
Yeah.
It always leads back into the government stealing kids.
It does. It all
no matter
comes
what
back
we
to
talk
that.
about. Let's get through this other cop shit.
All right.
Car full of cops leaving strip club drives wrong way down road. 2 dead, 2 critically injured. Linden, New Jersey. New Jersey police officer and a civilian have been confirmed dead after a car they were in drove the wrong way down the road, colliding with an 18-wheeler. Oh, so they only killed themselves.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, the guy in the 18-wheeler was fine.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
I honestly thought it was good because, like, usually it's always like the drunk fucking idiot that drives down the wrong thing that survives.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and kills like a bunch of. It's like some birthday party full of toddlers in a minivan. It's like,
God.
And then they
Well,
have to
that's-
go around to high schools and talk about it at assemblies.
Yeah.
Right.
As part of their community service. Wait, here's what I really love about this story. One of the officers posted an Instagram photo earlier while they were at the bar, and it's 3 shot glasses full of alcohol. Without reading it in the article, would anybody like to guess what type of alcohol it is?
Tequila.
No.
that's what I was gonna say too.
Is it bacon vodka?
No. No.
Whiskey.
Yeah, I mean, you guys aren't thinking embarrassing enough.
Oh, man.
Was it Fireball?
Is it?
It's Jack Daniel's Fire.
Oh my god.
That's what they were drinking.
That's what
douchebags.
they were drinking. That's what he posted an Instagram photo of.
Oh, what a
3 shots
homo.
of Jack Daniel's Fire.
Out with my BFFs.
Yay.
Getting
Yeah.
tipsy.
Hashtag tipsy.
Wait, was this the guy that had all the like hilarious Twitter posts and shit and whatever he did?
Yeah.
Where he was always being like, "Oh, I wish I had some cocaine," and it was like some wacky joke or something. I think it was this guy, right? It must have been.
was a
Yeah.
cop?
Yeah. And I don't know. See if you can find that out, Andrea. But,
Yeah, they mention it in this article. There's no link to it, but I'll find that for
yeah,
us.
I saw his Twitter feed and stuff, and it was just a bunch of like jokes about how he wants to do drugs.
Yeah.
And it's like, is that how lame your jokes are when you're a cop? You know, it's like, oh, I got a headache. Anybody got some cocaine? Like 742 favorites. It's like, how are there that many idiots? What's going on? But no, that's the kind of shit that was on his Twitter. So it was that dude, and they're dead now, right? That guy's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Good. I hated
And
that
one
guy.
one other cop that was in the car is also dead.
What a relief.
Good. Fuck them.
So
Retards. Video taken by a surveillance camera at a New York gas station shows a car traveling the wrong direction on a service road minutes before the wrong way crash. The driver of the tractor trailer suffered minor injuries only. That's a good thing about being up in that fucking truck.
Yeah.
Nothing to worry about
Nothing
usually.
can hurt you up there.
and that is a huge target to hit too. It's not like they didn't see a car coming, you know? Like they were driving the wrong way and smashed directly into a giant truck.
Yeah.
Dude, I have driven so incredibly drunk in my life. I mean, I've driven drunker than that. Like, I've gotten drunker than most people could walk, and driven for 2 hours. to you know why? Because I was gonna.
Wait,
I was gonna buy.
Go to the casino.
No, I was gonna buy an axe at a hardware store. And I was going to drive it into the hood of my ex-girlfriend's car and leave it there as a message. So I got wasted, and I convinced myself to do that. And I mean, yeah, you're talking like drank an entire fifth of whiskey and drove for 2 hours, and never once did I do anything remotely like drive the wrong way on a fucking ramp, you know?
Yeah.
Did you get the axe? And
No, by the time I got up there, I got really lost. I pussied out on the axe thing, and instead I just like went and found her at work and just like started crying.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta at least pee on her car next time or something.
No, that's
Yeah.
what happens when you drink. Well, I've done stuff like that too, but if that's what happens when you drink like a fifth of whiskey and then start to go do something emotional. 20 minutes later, your emotions will start to shift, you know, and you'll just be out on the road thinking like, God damn it, am I really gonna go to a fucking store and buy an axe right now? Like I'm so wasted. I'll stand out so much buying an axe. It's just not
Yeah, you will be
It's-
followed
yeah.
outside.
It's
Yeah.
just not gonna, yeah. Like this guy's wasted at 3 a.m. buying an axe, and I'll just be like, I'm having a bonfire and my axe broke.
Yeah, what else
You know,
would you
and
buy
I-
to try and make it look normal? Like,
Yeah,
A bundle of wood.
nothing because I'm broke.
Yeah.
So you know that's not
just
an option.
the axe, please.
Yeah,
No.
just the axe. In fact, your cheapest, most intimidating axe, please. But yeah, no, that's the absolute truth about that. So yeah, I mean, and so I was crazy enough to do that, and I never drove up a fucking ramp. I mean, I've driven so psychotically drunk so many times. I don't understand how people do shit like this.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I have no clue.
I have never driven drunk before because when I drink, I become the stupidest person in the world, and
Wuss.
I could not do
Yeah.
it.
You guys never drive drunk either?
I plead the fifth.
I mean, I've done it before, but only short distances and only a long time ago. I really don't ever.
Dude,
do
I've
it.
like
Yeah, not since I was like,
Yeah.
17 or 18. but,
Yeah.
Oh, wow, man. I've
never.
done things like drive from Chicago to New Orleans, drinking steadily the entire time and snorting coke off the center console.
Yeah, so that sounds awesome. You know?
Never getting out of the car, but like, and never had
When did you pee?
Oh well, you got out of the car, a
Oh,
couple
okay,
times.
all right. Okay.
I just mean like not like a normal person would. Like never was a bit of an exaggeration, but
Yeah.
it was just like hours and hours on end without getting out. But
Yeah.
yeah, you'd pee once in a while. Take a weird cocaine pee on the side of some road,
Just stand there, grind your
Penis
teeth,
feels
empty
all-
your bladder,
Yeah, penis feels all weird and cokey.
Coke and alcohol is a really
Coke
good
dick.
mix, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You stand there
Uppers
all
and
awkward.
downers.
It takes like 4 minutes to get yourself to actually pee for some reason, because you've been all tense sitting in a weird L position
What
for
about
6
like
hours.
swallowing saliva even? Like it's like, feel like you're going to choke on your own spit because you're got Coke mouth,
Yeah.
Yeah. Coke. You got Coke mouth and Coke dick. It's the worst.
Great driving drug though. I will give it that. Great for driving. Let's go on to the next thing.
Wait, before we do, I'm sorry. I found these
sorry.
tweets. Can I read these? Pedro Abad Jr., Officer Pedro
From the cop
Abad Jr.
that drove out the wrong way on the fucking thing. You go ahead.
Yeah, all right. You think you have problems? I just dropped my cocaine in the snow. ... Hashtag fuck. Hashtag FML. Hashtag snow. Hashtag winter. Hashtag New Jersey. Hashtag drugs. Hashtag drugs are bad. Okay.
What? He's like a 16-year-old girl.
Yeah, I don't feel
Yeah.
sorry for this guy anymore. That was way too many hashtags.
Holy shit.
All right, wait, I got
Read
one more. Just put my Invisalign in for the first time in a while, and wow, this shit hurts. Anyone got any cocaine? Hashtag cocaine. Hashtag drugs. Hashtag coke. Hashtag pain. Hashtag Invisalign.
Oh, God.
Solid Invisalign show for sure.
What a fucking tool.
Seriously.
So glad that guy's dead. I am. I was already glad he was dead. Like, I was glad right away, too, you know,
Yeah.
as soon as I found out. But now I'm just, like, really happy. Like, that's one of the biggest pieces of garbage I've ever seen in my entire life.
If you just read those tweets and didn't tell me that it was a cop, I would have guessed it was some, like, crack whore.
Yeah,
Staying in a nasty motel somewhere.
Or like
some
a 17-year-old girl,
I was
yeah.
just going to
Or
say,
like-
like, a
yeah.
teenage girl who was trying to seem, like, more hardcore than she was, you know?
LOLOLO.
My Invisalign.
Yeah.
LOL, million hashtags.
Nerd.
I don't know what that is.
They're invisible braces
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
that like come in and out of your mouth.
Breaking. 2 police cars torched in North Miami-Dade. Cops concerned about violence. I was like the superfluous second half of the headline is always great. Cops concerned about violence.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well,
Why? Because people are being violent?
2 police cars torched in North Miami-Dade. Cops don't give a shit. That would be a much more interesting headline.
Yeah.
I'd read that article with a lot more gusto. What's going on down there? In stupid Miami.
Around 5:30ish, I heard a loud bang and saw through the blinds the car engulfed in flames, Officer Parker told CBS 4. It is a continual attack on law enforcement, he says. We live in dangerous times. There were 2 incidents blocks apart.
Almost like
this was on Friday.
Almost like everyone's pretty fucking sick of what you're doing, and maybe you shouldn't be so much doing it all the time anymore. Well, cops are always like, oh man, it's really crazy. Like, people are just hating cops more and more, like, all over the place. They're just the lack of respect. I don't know what it is. You know, it's like, yeah.
It's like the more I kick them, the more they fucking hate me.
Right, yeah, I just can't believe it. You really gotta wake up at some point. They're starting. Go ahead.
Let's see. One officer was at home with his family. They were all asleep when he awoke to a popping sound. I heard a loud bang and saw through the blinds the car engulfed in flames. Both fires were related. The first one reported at 5:20 a.m. and the second about 10 minutes later, and both cars were significantly damaged. It was deliberate, and it appears to be targeting police departments, he said.
Like there's some guy, I gotta torch a car. Which
Yeah.
ones? I gotta torch 2.
It doesn't matter. Just choose 2 randomly.
These
Yeah.
2 will do.
Yeah.
Whatever. I won't even look at them.
These are
Yeah.
just fine. I don't really care. There's no extra risk involved, I don't think. The fucking the way that's just a classic example of how police and media both just talk in this way of just like, yeah, we know we just need to fill this space on this paper. And we don't really care what goes on there as long as it roughly pertains to this event and doesn't really give you too much, information. So we'll just act like you need us to tell you that they're targeting police with these acts. I'll take up 2 lines.
Nice.
Perfect.
This will be a nice fluff piece.
So now they're investigating whether or not this torching is related to an incident in which patrol cars were hit by bullets several weeks ago.
Yeah,
in the same county.
It's probably all related to the incident of cops just fucking with everyone all the time. That's why everyone hates you. That's just one giant. Just the one. Cops are just one giant incident. That's all. That's the incident that it's related to. The incident of your stupid asses just fucking being retards in every town across the country for 50 years until everyone finally hates you.
Until everyone sets you on fire.
Yeah. I mean, that's the incident.
That's all it takes. Well, so it's happening. Things are happening a little more every day.
Is there more of this? Is it just us, or is there more of this happening?
I feel like there's more of this happening.
There's more people just kind of attacking back.
I feel like a year ago we didn't have as many stories of people deliberately attacking cops.
Totally. It's hard to tell if it's just that it's a thing now. You know, it's just there's an eye on it now. Or if it's just being
reported now.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Or if it's actually happening more. Yeah, how are you supposed to tell?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's still extremely rare that they actually get hurt.
Right.
You know, it's like, and especially just by some like random deliberate attack. You know, just not something related to like something we talked about before, a raid they did or whatever. But something like the thing in New York where the guy just ran up and killed two of them. That's fucking extremely rare still at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just still not really in danger. Like they want you to think.
Not like garbage men.
Yeah,
the real risk takers out there.
There was some surprising jobs on that list we did. There was like the top 20 most dangerous jobs in the country and cops was nowhere near.
Oh yeah.
It. Yeah. So all right. Anyways, that's that.
So that's that.
South by Southwest 2015.
We got some future stuff going
on. What is this
on.
Bullshit? Oh, did I just go to the first article of it?
Yeah.
So yeah, what's going on in the future?
We have at South by Southwest, they announced a car that will convert from a land vehicle to an air vehicle, and it will hit the market in 2017. So there's a video of it. I'm about to put it on the Facebook.
What?
That shows it in action. But then the next step that they're working on is to make them self-flying. So they want to make like an automated driving itself land and air vehicle.
All right. So we're finally to flying cars?
Yeah, it appears to finally be happening.
I mean, I know we all expected this closer to like 2004 or 5 when we were growing up, but I was a little bit disappointed that it took this long, but I'm glad we finally got there.
Well, I'm glad that they got it right this time.
All right, so how does this thing work? Do we have any idea?
Well, I just posted the video on the Facebook.
I'll find it.
If you have it or not.
Yeah, tell me something about it while I pull it up.
I will absolutely do that.
They already have cars that'll drive themselves.
Right.
That's pretty much already a
And they already have airplanes with autopilot. I mean, they're just being dicks. They're rolling this stuff out one at a time,
Yeah.
just to try to milk the market a little bit, sell that first edition. And the same people will buy the one with,
Yeah. You know what? But they'll expedite things like RoboCop. They're making that humanoid robot. That's going to be coming out soon.
Yeah,
we had to wait so long for the flying cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was that thing called? We should look at that thing again.
The RoboCop?
Yeah.
I'll make a note of it.
Those cocksuckers.
All right,
yeah,
so,
and now they have the shape-shifting metal, too, to
you
go
want to
along
check
with
this flying car out?
Yeah, let's look at it. It looks so futury.
It reminds me of Captain Falcon.
What is that?
Remember the guy from Super Smash Brothers?
Oh, yeah.
Kind of looks like the cars from that video game.
Wow, dude. It almost
Holy
looks a little
shit.
bit like the Homer. It's got kind of
Yeah, holy shit.
It's got kind of an awkward fucking look. Like that really doesn't kind of make sense. It's got like a little bubble in front.
Oh, and it has
Yeah.
wings that come all the way out. That's
Yeah, now it's
ridiculous.
turning into an airplane,
I mean,
though.
that's just an airplane.
Yeah, but first it was a car.
So what? They should have said we made an airplane with retractable wings. That's
We made an airplane that's also a Honda.
right. We made an airplane that you can fold the wings in and drive around on the street. Isn't that cool? I mean, yeah, it's kind
Give
of
us $200,000.
yes, that is kind of cool. Except now you're driving around the dumbest looking car I've ever
Yeah,
seen
try
in my
and
life.
parallel park
It's
that
like,
shit.
That's
Yeah.
the worst car.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give it to you. It makes a slick airplane, but a car.
That's it, driving in the street right now?
No, that's the worst car I've ever
Yeah.
seen. Did you share this for people to see?
Yeah.
And the
That's-
cockpit's real intimidating too.
Who's
It's
making
like,
this thing? Aero Mobile or some shit? It's
Yeah.
the dumbest car. Why would you want to drive that? That has no
'Cause it's a
perks as a
plane.
car.
Yeah, I would not like to
it's a
crash
plane.
from the air in that
so
thing.
then have a plane. But
Yeah,
like
drive your car to the place where you keep your plane.
But like really, if you're gonna, yeah, really, and if you're gonna have a plane, do you really want the one that's like made by this? Like, look how chintzy that thing is,
I was gonna
and
say.
the wings like fold out. Do you want the plane with like wings that have moving parts in them?
yeah, right.
You know,
Yeah.
like is that the plane? you
Everyone
wanna be in?
knows that's where nothing ever breaks. Is
And
that
it probably,
moving parts.
dude, and it's like, look, it's like a glider. They're not even up that high.
yeah.
That's a shitty car and a shitty plane.
Yeah, it's not what a flying car is supposed to look like in the future.
How
No.
fast do you think they're going right now in the air? Because there's no way it's street legal to be able to go like planes. I think get like 300 to 600
Yeah.
miles an hour.
They gotta
so
go pretty goddamn fast.
Yeah.
so there's no
It
way they're
says,
going that fast.
And when airborne, it can reach a top speed of 124 miles per hour.
So it's going as fast as
What?
the car can go in the sky.
My Corolla can go 124 miles an hour.
Yeah, but
So there's really no point to this. It's going as fast as any other car, basically, just like 10 feet up. No, like 100 feet up.
10 feet. And it can travel up to 435 miles at 124 miles per hour.
You built a disgusting heavy hang glider, you fucking losers. that's all this fucking thing is. Well, how stupid. I hate this thing. And they got this dramatic music behind it, like it's this big
This is a
Revolutionary somehow.
one
Yeah.
small step for man.
practical thing for you to
Dude,
get.
and they
little-
and I like they call it a fucking flying car, and you know what you're thinking. You're thinking fucking Fifth Element, right?
Yeah.
You're thinking like sci-fi, like
Jetsons.
Jetsons. You're thinking of buzzing cars that go around.
Yeah.
Not
Okay, so I'm interested about the landing because like all the
there it's-
body is so close
Did
to
you
the ground.
See?
Yeah.
The nose just hit the ground first. That
Yeah.
was the dumbest landing
Like
I've ever
you're gonna
seen.
destroy your body on that car.
Oh my god, that was stupid.
It's a fucking death trap.
It's a death trap.
That's what it is.
Someone's gonna die in
Gonna
that
kill
thing.
It's gonna hit the
everybody.
market for who? Who's
Yeah, what's
who's
going on with this thing?
buying those
Mostly
things?
That's the
people
worst
from-
idea I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Oh,
It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh, no doubt.
Too, yeah.
I
so
own
just
acres
like
of
land.
rich assholes. I wonder
Yeah.
what kind of license you need for it. I wonder if you need to like a flying
You probably
license or if a driver's license is good enough because it glides more than it flies.
Well, if it self flies, then you might not need like if it's
Well, it
like
doesn't self fly yet though.
It's like
So
some sort of, like,
if you
global-
guys aren't seeing this thing, yeah, it just looks like a mosquito with a propeller on the back of it, and it's just fucking. It's like the
kind of-
Power Ranger mosquito. It's fucking really stupid looking.
The back of it looks like a helicopter
Right.
with wings instead of a top propeller.
Oh god, and you can tell the way the wings fold out. It's all cheap like a Miata, it's just
Yeah.
like real overpriced and chintzy, just like ugh.
It's made
That
out of
thing-
really sturdy plastic.
You're gonna fly up in the air in that fucking
Just
right?
blow
yeah.
away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's really sturdy plastic. Oh, those cheap LEDs on the side of it
God.
don't even look cool.
They're just gonna fall off.
Oh my god! And look at it's got bike wheels.
It
in
doesn't
the back.
even look safe on the ground. Yeah.
They're just like dragging along
Yeah.
behind.
It's
Yeah.
got bike wheels in the back. That thing is horrible. What else what else is in this article about this thing? I'm mesmerized by this video. Look at the guy that they show driving it too. What an arrogant prick this dude is.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, look
He
at me.
thinks he's so cool.
Oh, I had to fly about 20 feet up in the air and then we go nose first into a cornfield.
It runs on regular gasoline, which I guess is also kind of a perk. Because you don't have to buy special fuel for it. You can just take it to the gas
God, this
station.
is just a
Although
normal
it's
car,
so
though.
fucking long and stupid, is it even going to fit like at a gas station?
It looks like it's just going to break in half.
Yeah. What if you accidentally open the wings at the gas station? Like you.
Yeah, everything
Tilt
would
yourself.
explode. Yeah.
So it just runs on normal gas?
Yeah. So that's kind of cool. I guess that's a part that makes it a car too.
I mean, but
I don't know. I don't trust that.
It can take off from and land on any flat grass field. So as long as you have a strip of flat grass, you can go anywhere.
They act like this is a car that you're going to want to drive around to the store and stuff. Like, this is an airplane. And it's a shitty airplane.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just have an airplane
and
if
the
you're gonna
wings
have this?
fold in.
Yeah.
Fuck this thing. What's the model of this thing again?
It's called the Roadster 3.0.
Fuck the Roadster 3.0.
Yeah.
Why'd they call it the Roadster?
Because they're really trying to sell that it's a car you can drive around. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I really think they don't want you to take it up in the sky. They're just saying that it can.
Talk about the only way. This is the only way you can embarrass your kids by owning an airplane.
Yeah. Get one of these fucking things.
And tell your kid, like, dude, we're getting an airplane. Like, oh yeah, which one? Like, just forget it. Just don't get it. We don't want it,
Just-
Dad. No, that's
He
that
picks
thing.
them up from school.
Yeah.
Is that your dad? No.
No.
It's not him.
Hey, can that thing fly? I don't care. I don't know.
What, that retard?
Yeah, I don't. Fuck if I know. I don't know. Let's watch this landing one more time too. Look at this idiot. Comes in.
All nose.
Like it's just completely nose into the ground when he hits. Just watch, and he's just landing in grass. It's like
Yeah.
If you landed on concrete, you'd be obliterated.
That's why they're doing
it. Was just
yeah.
like
Just
a
these
cheese
sparks
grater on the
everywhere.
bottom. Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, nice.
See, they didn't even show. Yeah, they didn't even show it from the side when he hits the ground, but you could tell you just saw grass fly everywhere.
Yeah. Thud.
A stupid piece of shit machine that is. What a piece of garbage.
All
right,
right,
so
we
that's-
do not endorse this.
That's the future. What else do you have?
All right, this next one is really cool. It is a futuristic water bottle, but it's not really a water bottle. It's an edible blob full of water. So basically, they make like a gelatinous water pocket, and then you can bite a hole in it and suck all the water out of it, and then you can either just throw the little pod away because it's made out of all natural and biodegradable stuff, or you can eat it if you want to too.
It's a water boob, is what it is.
Yeah.
That's fucking cool, though.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Is that for like survivalists, or is it for like
I think it's
daily?
I
got
think
a pocket
it-
blob.
I think it's for like out hiking and a lot of people that are like outdoors enthusiasts don't want to
litter and stuff.
and they don't want to use plastic bottles and shit more and more as time
Yeah.
goes by.
And I think it's
So-
for a lot of things too.
Do they have like different fluid ounce sizes and stuff, like a big
Maybe.
blob?
Yeah,
XL?
you use a
But wait,
mold to make them.
How easy is this thing got to be to puncture though? See, what can you really do when you've got this thing on you? You're just walking, just tiptoeing around in the woods. Like,
Well, what if you keep it in
I
like
haven't eaten my water yet. I got to be really careful.
If it looks like a thing of dew, for those of you who don't have a picture of it yet, it just looks like you're
Yeah.
holding a little bead of
It
dew.
really just looks like you're holding a bubble of water.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like.
It looks delicious.
Yeah, I want to
Yeah,
I want to
it
eat
looks
one
really
right
refreshing.
I mean, so what's the deal with that thing though? When you puncture the outside of it, is that it? Is the surface
Yeah, you
tension
drink it all
broke?
at once. Yeah,
So you make a little hole in it and that's it.
and you
I'm
just
sure
drink
it's
the
gotta
whole
be tough
thing.
to make the hole in it, or like it's got like maybe like a little like designated area where you bite through it or something.
Or you just eat it all at once.
No,
yeah,
'cause
you just
you
throw it
make
up in the
them-
air and
Take-
catch it.
You
Yeah.
take
Yeah,
it all at once.
you make them yourselves.
Oh.
Right now, this is it's like a community project where I posted a link on the page. There's a link that you can go to where it has the actual exact recipe. There's a video about how to make it. It looks pretty simple. It's just some mixing and molding and moving dish to dish basically. But they're totally edible, and it's a recipe that's being worked on right now. So if you make them and find a way to improve it, all anybody asks is just that you share what you've learned and your experience with it. And
Crazy.
and water bottles are they are a fucking disaster. Plastic
Yeah.
water bottles are just absolutely one of the worst things. That and plastic grocery bags are just the worst things for the
Yeah.
ocean, for the environment in general.
Why? What's so bad?
They are littered constantly. Do you know about the garbage patch? That's 3 times the size of Texas.
Yeah, I've
And,
heard of
Right
it.
in the ocean, yeah.
Yeah, in the Pacific Ocean, and it's just like a big swirling orb of trash. It's mostly one-use plastic grocery bags,
Right.
plastic water bottles, and plastic water bottle caps.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah.
What about it?
Well, it's mostly plastic water bottles.
You got a problem with that or what?
Yeah.
So, what do you? Yeah, like I mean, it is pretty nuts how like accustomed we got to just having this disposable bottle lifestyle where it's like I don't even fucking think about it 3-4 times a day using an entire 12-ounce plastic bottle up and just that's like
and just getting
and here we've got like containers, whereas like instead of being a society that we produce something you could like reuse and have a culture where we do that, and it's like now there's value in this object, I can maybe use it for something. We're like, well, it's done.
get out of here.
See ya.
Yeah.
But
so that's kind of the philosophy behind this, is making something that's a little more, if it's going to be temporary, it's not going to leave a big mark. And I think that's pretty cool. Also, not to mention, when you have things in plastic containers, you always risk chemical contamination and various different types of contamination in your water. This is an all-natural receptacle.
I like it.
I like it too.
Cool.
So what I think we should do as a show is make a video of us making these orbs to show people how easy it is.
How do we make it?
It's I'll get the recipe for us. I'm not going to read it on the show, but I'll get the recipe for us and
So we can make these magical orbs of water ourselves?
make it at home. That's the whole idea. And we'll make a video of how easy it is. You just need a couple of things, and
So we'll do that this week.
we'll do it this week, and we'll make a video for you guys.
Yeah,
and show
that'll
you
be
how
cool.
easy it is. Because if we can do it, then really anybody could do it. I mean,
That's so that kind of is actually right now pretty much blowing my mind that we can make these. Like this seems nuts. That I mean, if you can't see it, it's like having a self-contained large bubble of water.
Yeah, it's like a big giant water drop.
And you could bite into it and drink it.
Yeah. So we'll have to do that.
I can't believe we're gonna make these, but I guess we are.
If you guys, I posted the link on the page here. If you guys want to follow that and send us some videos of you making yours at home, we could all work together and see what we can come up with on these. It seems really fun, actually, and it seems pretty easy. So
yeah, that's fucking cool.
Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to make one of those, and then I'm not going to want to break it or do anything with it. I'm just going to want to hold it and look at it for hours.
We're gonna make one, and we're gonna get stoned as fuck and just look at it.
pass it around real gently.
Don't break it. Don't stop.
Yeah.
I want to juggle them.
Yeah, it'll probably be like a water balloon where, like, if you just handle a water balloon for a while, eventually it just bursts all over you.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have ever had that.
I've handled some water balloons,
yeah,
Andrea.
But, yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how durable they are and how well they maintain with traveling. Throw them in a tennis ball container, take them on a hike, see what happens.
I want to make those so bad.
All right, let's definitely do that this week.
All right, we're doing that.
Okay, so that's a future. Here's a future. Scientists this week have discovered which molecule of your RNA they can manipulate in order to increase your neuron production and make you smarter.
Oh.
So now you can be babies can be manipulated into having more brains.
Is the amount of neurons directly related to intelligence levels, though?
It's directly related to cognitive. Hold on, I have it right here.
I could use more neurons, I think.
I've always felt that way.
It's related to the way the synapses fire, and
that's important.
It can, because that's how you connect your thoughts. I thought I had it. Here we go. It can. Oh, this is different, but it can regulate brain tumor growth, which is also awesome.
Hurry up.
There we go. Crucial role in how our brains transmit and process information in the form of electrical nerve impulses. So it'll actually improve the basic fundamental functioning of your brain by creating more paths for synapses to fire and process thoughts more rapidly and more completely. I could probably use some of this.
Yeah.
But they named it the RNA molecule that they find that manipulates to create the neurons. They named it Pinky after Pinky and the Brain.
Oh,
how clever.
How clever.
Pinky.
So now they can make super smart babies, which everybody wants.
Yeah.
Who wants a smart baby?
I don't.
No.
They're going to ask too many questions.
I want a dumb baby.
It's going to get really annoying, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, don't you know I'm supposed to be sleeping on my stomach? Haven't you read the blah? Like, shut up. Stupid
Oh,
baby.
my baby
Stupid
won't stop
baby.
reading Shakespeare, stupid baby.
Yeah.
Stop being so cultured.
Fucking making me feel dumb because I'm watching Die Hard 2. Baby being an asshole in the
Baby.
corner.
And the baby fixed the computer.
Oh, you only speak one language? Shut up. Passive aggressive genius baby.
Idiot.
Good character. All right, well, anything else in the future you got?
Yeah, we got one more.
Oh yeah, this fucking thing.
Yeah.
This is it's going to be really useful to me, I think. I need to get
Yeah,
some of this.
you should just stock up now.
Yeah.
It is a new injectable polymer material that encourages faster, more durable blood clotting at wound sites. So if you have a big, terrible wound, they just inject you with this fluid and it makes your wound stop bleeding from the inside.
What is this stuff called?
It doesn't have a name yet because it's not ready. Polystat is the working name, but it's soon to be given a brand name and ready for distribution.
Dude, we are in the future.
Yeah.
I wonder how they avoid like blood clots in the brain and stuff like that with this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I wonder if people, like, if only people with low blood pressure or whatever the case, whatever the right circumstances to get this stuff would be.
Yeah,
It
dude,
vaguely
who knows?
explains that it circulates innocuously in the blood, identifies sites of vascular injury, and promotes clot formation to stop bleeding. So somehow it's able to identify an area of trauma.
Interesting.
That's just fucking nuts. Man, this is like another thing that if I was in charge of science, just never would have happened. You know, I would have stopped a long time ago. Like once
Band-Aids.
once we had like lights and plumbing and stuff, it'd be like, all right, dude, science is over. Like, let's fucking party.
Yeah.
You know, and that's all that would have been going on for like the past 85 years. You know, it's just like, we're good,
You made
dude.
whiskey.
Yeah. Now shut up and light that 10-watt bulb and type on your typewriter and be happy.
Yeah. This is the golden age.
I just find it so it's so crazy. People are out there actually figuring out how to make this fake material that will then go fucking into your body and become your flesh. Basically, is that what they're doing here?
Yeah, they're. I don't understand.
It seems pretty magical.
Yeah, it does. How do they?
It mimics a natural
Determine.
protein in the body that helps strengthen blood clots. I mean, so it doesn't like heal the wound. It basically just gets in there and stops.
It's like skin glue sounding, sort of. Maybe.
Kind of
Yeah,
for,
but like
for
from
blood.
the inside.
Yeah, yeah.
They do have like
Instant
a
scab.
like a hot glue that they put. I don't know if you guys ever like instead of getting stitches, they put like real hot glue over you.
Yeah, I've seen
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, yeah. Or sometimes when you have to get your leg amputated in the Civil War and they dip it in that boiling hot oil,
Yeah.
you know, to
I
cauterize
do
it.
remember that vividly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes when
that's-
that happens.
Isn't that the best?
No, that's fucking.
Sometimes.
Actually, I don't really enjoy that at all, David Box.
Oh,
Yes.
cauterizing wounds. That was rich.
Sunday Evening Overdose is filmed in front of a live studio audience.
But I remember reading a book when I was younger that was set like way far in the future where they had like instant healing bandages and stuff. I remember thinking I'm never going to see anything even remotely like that in my lifetime. It's just never going to happen. It's too far away. What do? I put a sticker on myself when I get a cut. Like there's no way I'm going to see a thing that makes this wound go away the instant I put it on there. But here it is.
Lo and
It's coming.
behold.
It's
I don't know,
happening.
dude. I'm would you like be afraid to use it though?
Yeah.
I mean, like I'd be like, I don't know, you know. I really need to stop bleeding right now, but this is fucking terrifying to make this thing clot my blood inside of me while, you know, like I just I don't know if I could deal with it. Do you think
No,
you could?
No, I think it's scary. I think also it's kind of I don't know. I don't
It's too
trust
new.
it. How does
It's
it
too
know?
new.
How does it know where to clot my blood? What if it identifies a wrong place and makes me have a blood clot
I mean,
somewhere
if
else?
it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, we already have this magical vessel that heals itself over time somehow. You know,
Yeah.
what else does that?
It seems like it should be like like something you bring on a camping trip where you're far away from civilization.
In case you're gonna die.
Like, oh, I was just mauled by a bear and I'm alone in the fucking woods and this is the only way I can really get this wound to do anything. For
yeah.
me. And it kind of,
I'm
like,
bleeding to death.
what if you have something going on the inside? Like, a lot of people have stuff going on in their intestines with like inflammation
Like
and
internal
shit that they
bleeding
do.
and stuff.
Yeah. And
Yeah, that's a good point.
You bump your head the wrong way and you could have like some inflammation in your head. Like, how does this know exactly where to target?
Yeah, that's a good point. What if it accidentally made a blood clot in your brain? You would die.
That's the thing. It's like, you could just blink it out of.
I don't think you should be telling your blood to clot up, honestly.
You can die from that?
In your brain?
Yeah.
Mike Toland.
What's up, man?
What do you think what do you think happens when you die?
Oh man, that's like a drug dealer question. I don't know.
You know what? Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk to Mike about what he thinks happens when you die.
We all talked about it earlier.
All right, cool.
No, we talked about that on an earlier episode. Earlier,
Yeah.
we just talked about the fact that we were obsessed
Obsessed with death.
with the fact that we were going to die one day.
Oh, I can definitely talk about that. All right, cool.
All right.
All right,
good.
we'll be back in a few minutes.
Open all the herb cakes, selling pure ganja. Babylon.
All right, we're back on the Sunday Evening Overdose.
We are
Just
back.
Caught the very end of that song. We almost didn't make it. It was because then when like the next one starts, you feel really awkward trying to fucking come back until it's over.
Yeah.
And we would have been stuck for a lot longer.
God damn it. That was close.
Before we went to break, we were asking our buddy here, excuse me, Mike Toland from the Dog District, who has rescued many dogs over the course of his career. We had him on for an interview a long time ago. You can find that on YouTube. We were asking him what he thinks happens when you die.
Oh, and you're setting the music for me and everything too. Thank you so much. Well, in my opinion, I don't know if this has been said before already, but I kind of think that one of like two things happens, or maybe both. But like, there's a part of you where your body dies, and you just become one with the earth again, and that's kind of it. That's kind of the end of that life, and maybe you're reborn or maybe you're not. And I definitely think there's like the human soul, the essence that we all kind of have that's unique, and that part kind of just keeps going, and while people remember you, and as long as like your kind of memory lives on, your soul kind of does, sort of thing. So it's not like a heaven or hell, it's just more sort of how you're remembered.
Yeah.
What
about the idea of leaving behind something like a soul or like an energy?
I think that's
something that
the
maybe
soul is what stays behind it. It's not something that like lingers, but like it is something that
it's more like an essence.
It is like an essence, yeah, like a more like a memory that causes like human reaction in people that are still alive. So it's something that kind of continues maybe for like a generation or two afterwards, but
continues to live.
But there's definitely a part of the physical body where it just is. You just are. That cycle has come to an end, and a new one will begin. And you're dead. Good job, congratulations, you got to death.
You're dead.
Yeah, you made it there.
It is kind of cool. Like most people just don't think about it, but I think about it all the time. Like it makes me not as cautious as a lot of people. Like, you are gonna die. Like, who cares?
Yeah, it will happen.
Yeah.
Damn.
There are so many more people who have died than people who haven't died.
I've had that feeling before a lot of times where when I'm scared to do something and it's like something stupid, like I'm like scared to like go up to a blackjack table and I'm like, what are you, fucking idiot? You're gonna die one day. Are you what piece of shit kind of pussy are you? Just go, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But anything that you're like scared to do, it is really helpful to go like, this doesn't matter.
Yeah, like we're on a tiny little rock in a tiny little solar system in the corner of a galaxy. We're stupid.
Yeah.
We're so dumb.
Idiots.
We don't even understand ourselves.
Yeah, and I'm especially stupid.
Why?
Because you're a lady.
Because I'm a woman.
Because all those genetically modified foods.
Yeah.
That's why.
No,
No.
it's the weed.
Oh.
You didn't really have anywhere to go with that?
No, I was just saying.
okay.
You want to talk about feeling the size of the universe. I'm not even like a smart person on Earth.
No,
You
there's
know?
no way we can understand the size of the universe, let alone like even like our galaxy or like the Andromeda galaxy, which I think is right next to us, is like way bigger than the Milky Way galaxy. And
Yeah.
it's just like
It could just swallow
profoundly
us.
big. That is just.
Isn't it going to swallow us?
Yes.
Well, we're gonna crash into it, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I have anything to say about it.
Fight it off.
We're going to steer our galaxy another direction.
Yeah, we're just gonna blow our planet out of this galaxy into deep space.
Just pull on the reins.
Do you guys think that could really happen?
We
Another
don't
galaxy
need
is
the
going to
sun.
swallow our galaxy?
In millions and billions
Yeah.
of years.
No, come on. That's not going to happen to us, is it?
Not us.
Better not.
Yeah.
I'm pissed off.
Yeah, that would suck.
Millions of years, huh? Suppose we'll all be dead then.
I suppose we will,
Sure hope so.
if we're lucky.
So, how often do you think about death? Every day?
Me?
Yeah.
I would say depends on the day. Sometimes I'm too busy to think about death, but whenever I have free time, definitely it's not like a frequent thought, but it's just it's something that gives you peace sometimes, like if you're like super stressed out or sad, or even if you're like too excited about something, just like chill out, no matter what you do, nothing really changes, so I'm just gonna keep it chill.
You're gonna fucking die.
Yeah, this is awesome, but
Real
don't forget
morbid
you're gonna
radio
die.
show all of a sudden.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing we've decided. We're changing directions with our show.
Yeah.
We've had some changes lately, and we're trying to find a little bit of a new identity. We decided we're gonna ask our guests all, that same question. See where it goes. Maybe put together a little podcast of everybody's responses one day.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was Mike's. What do you think happens when you die? Segment. Thanks a lot, Mike.
Put it in the compilation.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
in. Where were we going after all of that?
We're going to September 11th because for the first time ever in Denmark, they were able to see footage of the World Trade Center 7 building falling.
Yeah, I've seen this article going around, and what happened? That was not in the original 9/11 Commission.
Yeah, it wasn't originally included in the official 9/11 Commission report. So the official investigation did not include analysis of the Building 7 collapse, but it was part of a separate investigation years later. But for whatever reason, these judges in Denmark had never seen this, and they were just like, "What the fuck? That's fucking fucked up."
Is that a direct quote
Yeah.
from a judge? What the fuck? That's fucking fucked
Yeah,
up.
I mean,
Well, it describes them as astonished. So
the what do you think about the Building 7 stuff, Andrea?
I think that it seems very clearly demolished. Now, okay, so they say that the side opposite of the side that's seen in the most common video, they say that like the underneath part of that had been burning, and then that's why the whole building collapsed. But BBC reported the collapse of Building 7 before it happened, which I think is really weird. It was like
Yeah, but
full
I've-
minutes before it happened.
I've also heard that that's like a time discrepancy, time zone discrepancy and stuff too, and it's like I've heard that debunked as well. So I don't know. I'm not really sure what's going on with that anymore. I don't know.
I think it's bizarre that its collapse was left out of the official report because
Yeah.
it seems pretty directly related. Like just because it wasn't hit by a plane didn't mean that.
Well, and let's also let's not overthink it. It's just bizarre that it collapsed.
Yeah.
In as though it was like a controlled demolition.
Yeah.
And it wasn't hit by a plane. It was just hit by a massive chunk of a building, which is okay. Yeah, fine. But so that makes it like collapse all
Cave in itself.
neatly like that. Like, yeah, it's just like weird. Like,
where are the architects answering for this shit? Like,
yeah,
who engineered these buildings?
They literally engineered these buildings to withstand larger aircraft than they were hit by.
I've also always kind of agreed with the idea that, like, it would be pretty nuts to think that, like, they could really plant explosives everywhere in the buildings without anyone noticing, I mean, or, it could be easier than I think with, like, the nanothermite stuff or whatever, but, I don't know. I go back and forth on this shit, because I'm like, when you really don't overthink it and you just look at it, it just doesn't fucking look right.
No.
Does it? I mean, it just really doesn't fucking seem...
No, it doesn't look natural.
Yeah.
It looks deliberate. And...
We're talking about Building 7 collapsing just into its own footprint. For people who don't know, that's the third building, I guess, right?
Yeah.
That fell on 9/11. I just want to make sure there wasn't like a fourth or fifth. But
yeah.
No. Yeah, that was the third building that you probably seen people...
The Pentagon.
Wear T-shirts about. Yeah, but that just had a...
yeah, it didn't collapse. It just had a
missile
missile hole in it.
Yeah, a weird, perfect hole in it. Yeah. But yeah, so the Building 7 thing just doesn't look right.
No, it doesn't look right. And I'll share this Facebook page too with our listeners. But there is a Facebook page of architects and engineers who are on a quest to expose the truth about it. And their whole idea is just raising awareness about Building 7. And over September 11th, I think we may have talked about it too. Over September 11th, they bought a billboard in Times Square and displayed about Building 7. And, an astounding number of people don't know that it even collapsed.
Yeah. It's better than it used to be, but like they're still being called complete nutcases by the average New Yorker.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think a lot of people that do know it collapsed kind of accept this explanation that like it was hit by a large chunk of the building,
and then like a house of cards.
And then
it burned for 20 minutes before turning into dust.
And stayed upright for a while, and then all at once. Like, I could see, like, all right,
starting at the top.
It was hit by a building. Some of it crumbled. It burned for a while. The corner fell, and then tipped into the rest of it, and then the rest of it started to fall. But it's just... It's just doesn't...
Free fall. It falls in, like, free fall.
Yeah, I mean... That was the thing when I, for a while, I was kind of resisting the 9/11 conspiracy movement on the whole, which I still kind of like. It is full of a lot of crazy people,
but hats going
there is a lot there, but I do think there is definitely a lot to it. I still don't know exactly where I stand, but I mean,
yeah.
There are some theories that really seem out there.
Well, what got me to get back into it was somebody just pointing out to me, just drop everything you've seen and just watch the video and tell me, like, do you just really think that happened because of a fire that high up and it just collapsed that neatly? Like,
yeah.
Nah, I guess I just don't. But
yeah.
And plus, from what I saw in the media and whatever else, I just am convinced it was somewhat of a theatrical operation on some level,
Well, what's interesting to me, too, is that so many people accept that the official story is absolutely not true, but then they really limit how far they're willing to go in terms of how not true they think it is.
And that's kind of where I'm at, is like, I know the mainstream story isn't true. It's fucking retarded,
Yeah.
And I know that a lot of what, because there's a billion different versions of that people will try to sell you on. It happened this way, it happened that way. And I know, only one of them is going to be true somewhere. So it's kind of like, a lot of people act very confident. It was an inside job. Well, what does that exactly mean? And
Go
who,
on.
And who did what? Cheney ordered the stand down.
Halliburton
got the
Rothschild.
contract, and and
Vanderbilt
Larry Silverstein, just come on, just look it up.
Look at the freight leasing. Look at the freight leasing.
Yeah, I mean, and so it's like it's always
Just follow the money.
Yeah.
It's always this vague like bunch of non sequiturs and stuff, and believe me, I believe all of them separately too. But like, nobody's quite got the fucking the full picture on it. That's why I don't charge around at protests with my 9/11 was an inside job T-shirt and because it's
your
just
Guy Fawkes mask or whatever it is.
right. Yeah. And because I'm not sure who the enemy is. I'm really not anymore. Never was. I kind of just assumed that I knew who the vague enemy was at some point. But yeah, I just fucking don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't know.
It's just some shit is happening. So
the Jews,
Now,
always fall back on that.
That's what I always fall back
on
for comedy. Yeah. Just blame it on the Jews.
It was them.
So now there is.
So there's all kinds of fucking crazy theories.
One,
including the thing about the airplanes not being real in the actual footage, right?
Yeah. This is one that I have found really interesting for a long time, but don't understand well enough to discuss it myself. So that's why.
And that's one of the ones that right off the bat always to me was like, why wouldn't they just fly airplanes into the why would they fake it? Why would they there'd be so many people on the street that would say like no there wasn't.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure that actually did happen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure some form of an airplane went into the building, But I mean, so we're talking about the theory that no airplanes hit the buildings, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And that they were
implosion bombs.
They were animated.
Yeah.
Animated.
The aircraft was animated.
Like the home video that everybody's seen was doctored by the CIA or some shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
The guy who really asserts what they're calling the airplane composite theory is this guy named Ace Baker, and I guess his partner in crime, Colin Alexander. And what they refer to is the Chopper 5 footage. I guess there was only 3 angles of the second plane collision that hit the second building. There's only 3. He says that there's only 3 angles that were shot and broadcasted live of that happening. And I posted the video of him breaking it down to the page. I don't know if you got to it.
I'll check it out.
I'll grab it.
Yeah.
But he's talking about the Chopper 5 footage, and what he's saying is that in that footage, they're using what's called a luma key. If you see the footage, the towers are real dark, and the background is real bright.
Is it this one?
I think so. No, that's the ghost plane. That's the next one.
Oh, okay.
That's the other one. But
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's that one there. So what a luma key will do is it'll key out the lighter or the darker parts. So what Ace Baker is saying is that they're doing a live luma key, and there's a layer of the video that is just the towers with a transparent sky in front, and then they sandwiched a composite of an airplane between that and the footage in the background that's unaltered. So the airplane that's composited in, it goes behind the building.
Okay.
And the reason that the evidence that they're saying supports this is what they're calling Pinocchio's nose. The airplane appears to poke out the other side of the building, as if the camera position was just too far to the left.
I've seen this video before because I've probably watched every kind of conspiracy video on 9/11 that you can think of, and I always thought that just looks like a dark color of the fireball,
Yeah.
Like, what do you think about it?
Well, what this Ace Baker guy does is he takes like 3 random frames of the nose of the plane before it hits the building, and then 3 random frames of the alleged nose or Pinocchio's nose or the dust cloud that's coming out the other side. And then he jumbles them up and asks you to pick out which ones are which, and it's real hard to tell. But at the same time, it's kind of just like distorted video.
We're on Colin Alexander's YouTube channel.
Yeah. They're using a 3D SketchUp model. So they're using an exact replica, a digital replica of the Boeing 757 that or whatever.
Oh wow, yeah, I kind of see what they're talking about. I guess. I
so
mean,
yeah, they're
but it's
matching
easy
up
to,
their
like-
thing and recreating it.
Huh.
So yeah, and
I posted this video on the page for everybody. If you want to see
So
what we're
that's
talking
the
about.
that's the original side by side with their.
Yeah.
Yes.
The plane on top is the
Wow, I guess I kind of see.
recreated one.
That's why I hate watching this stuff because then
So-
I believe
yeah,
everything.
Yeah,
like,
you
for-
sit here. Yeah, I really wanted to believe this, but there's a little more about it. As soon as Pinocchio's this clip keeps ending right before it happens, but during the actual broadcast, there was a blackout immediately after you see Pinocchio's nose. The footage dips to black for I think it was 12 frames.
I didn't know where that music was coming from for a long time.
That was weird. And the cameraman who shot this is insisting that the blackout that happened was him throwing on what's called a 2x extender. It doubles the zoom quality of your lens, and a mechanism goes in front of the optics, and you see it roll across. It doesn't dip to black. You actually see the mechanism move across. But it's clear that that's not what's happening if you watch the dip to black. Because
So you do think the cameraman's lying here?
Oh, he's absolutely lying about the 2x extender. And because
100%.
If he used the 2x extender, as soon as we come back from the black, we would be seeing the image twice as large. That's how a 2x extender
Which clip?
works.
Are we talking about the same clip still?
Yeah, it's the same clip, but what this
no,
clip
it's
is
not shown in this one. It happens right after where this clip ends.
Is it in this one?
Yeah, at the
This thing you're talking about, or no?
No, if you look up The Key, or even just Ace Baker, The Key, I'm sure you'll get it. He's got a 45-minute documentary where he dives into this.
People can check that out. But,
Yeah, I'll
So,
find the full length one.
But the interesting... sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so are you now leaning towards, at this point in your research at least, that this could be faked footage or what?
There's a good debunk to this, and
Okay.
it's so for this angle, I'm kind of leaning towards either it just can't be just a Luma key and something else is going on that's a little more sophisticated for the time, which I guess is possible. But what's wrong with the theory is that the Luma key is getting rid of everything that is bright, so the explosion itself matches the background. It's bright enough to be eliminated by the Luma key. And a Luma key tends to be a little more crude than like a green screen because it's based on lights and darks. So the explosion would reveal the plane behind it. And instead
It wouldn't stay in front of the image of the plane.
That's right. And there's plenty of debunking videos that will show you what that would look like. You would just see kind of digital artifacts in front of the plane instead of the white explosion.
So what do you think the explanation is then?
Well, the dust cloud explanation is what really jumps to mind. It's just that there's dust going through.
Yeah.
It's
because it is pretty convincing when they show like the model of their plane and the actual video side by side that it really does look like a nose coming through,
And what's real interesting is the blackout. The blackout didn't just happen on the Chopper 5 feed for Fox. It was there were two other live feeds, one for ABC that was also being piped to CNN, and then one called the Not It video. I don't know who they were broadcasting to, but both of those experienced a blackout right at the moment where you would see what happens to Pinocchio's nose. So you see the alleged front of the plane come out the other side, and then right before you would actually see what happens to it, all three of the live broadcasts, what Ace Baker is claiming to be the only 3 live broadcasts, but I guess that's not entirely true.
But all 3 of them went black?
All 3 of them had a dip to black that were not...
was it all the same amount of time?
It was all for
all
within a second and a half.
They cut out like as the plane was hitting kind of thing, or
yeah, it was like right after the plane hit, they all had a moment where what they're saying was like a glitch in the feed, the wireless transmission and everything.
What is the odds of that? I mean, if anything, it would probably be somebody made a really embarrassing decision to like cut the feed or something like we can't show that or something, like. That's I don't
But
know. Maybe
as-
I don't know.
right
you know,
when
and they're
this
like,
cuts
oh,
out-
dude.
Holy shit, the nose of the plane came out the other side. Cut it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or anybody just panicked. They're like, ah, shit, cut it because it's just people dying on TV. But
Yeah.
Now, the case could be that the footage is heightened in contrast and then the key is applied. So the explosion might appear more yellow in the raw footage and still be able to be keyed in front of the plane. And then the footage goes through intentional degradation and everything like that. Like it's nested, and then that's what we're shown. So there are ways to preserve the explosion in front of the thing, but it gets a little bit more sophisticated. And for doing it live, especially in 2001, you had to have the real shit to do it, expensive stuff.
So now
So like
now
the
you're
largest
losing me.
news
What
networks in the world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
What are you telling me that this could have been faked?
It definitely could have been.
All right.
I think it's possible. I mean, if I had high quality footage and I could manipulate things and do it live, I could replicate stuff like this. A bunch of people have replicated this thing. The SketchUp model of this plane is not terribly expensive, and After Effects is only like $20 a month now.
Okay.
You could very easily start making your own versions of these, especially when you look at the Ghost plane. The next thing that Ace Baker is asserting is a phony.
A phony.
The Hezarkhani footage, and then this other guy named Evan Fairbanks. Their footage was not broadcasted live during the event, but it was recovered, and then after many hours, it was shown on all the news stations.
Right, yeah.
So what they're saying is that this plane, you actually see enter the building, and what they're claiming is that it looks totally fucking fake. And when you watch it, the plane kind of just slips into the building.
We have this video,
Yeah, you
I
have this
think.
one. It was the first one you played. You can kind of see the right wing of the plane enter the building
Ghost plane footage.
Oh yeah, I love
without
this one.
creating a
Goes
hole,
to
and then an
stabilize.
explosion happens.
Should we listen to this guy or what?
Yeah, why not?
The software analyzes each frame of video and shifts it around until the background is motionless.
So
And
what
it
this
keeps
guy's
track of
talking
that
about is
information.
tracking the motion of a camera shot.
The 9/11 conspiracy theories just won't go away. In fact, this
Sorry. Other video started playing at the same time. Go ahead.
So when you do a motion track, it's a technique that's used so that you can add properties or elements to your composition here that will stay in motion or stay planted on something, and the camera motion will translate to it. So you could add something to the building, like add a banner to the building if you wanted to.
Right.
And the camera motion wouldn't matter, and it would
Gotcha.
appear that it would stick there.
Okay, cool. Should we listen to this guy, or
Sure.
do we give a shit about him? Or
You can, yeah, you can.
This shows how far each frame was shifted. That's going to be important later on, as we'll see. And the result is this. The towers are held stationary in the background. Next, we'll add a plane. This is a stock.
So was that him recreating the?
No, that was the
That was
actual,
the actual
footage.
footage,
So
okay.
what he did is stabilize the footage so that the camera shake appeared to not be there. You can see the frame kind of moving around with revealing
Right,
the
yeah,
black.
Give
So he
it a
stabilized
nice
it so we can get a
stable
better look.
motion path.
Gotcha. Okay.
And we can adjust the scale of the airplane as the shot goes forward, making it go from.
So he's just
larger
basically
to
showing how
small.
you can do this
He's just like whipping it together.
Yeah.
pretty convincingly, really fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
And
here.
when you watch the real footage of the plane, there's two angles of it, and both of them have a few things that are inconsistent between them.
Familiar look.
And as
Next,
you
we need
watch,
to add
watch
some
how it just
shadows.
slips into the
Now,
building.
Shadows can be
Nothing bounces
calculated
off.
by
No debris
software.
falls.
I'm
It just
getting a little impatient, so I'm just gonna
Slips
hand
right
paint
in.
them in Photoshop and
Yeah,
throw
see, but it's so
something in there.
weird
You
because
can
like
watch the
it's
right
such-
wing.
It's such unique footage. When you see, like, you don't have a ton of footage of
Yeah.
planes flying into the sides of buildings. It's
Yeah.
like that's what always, to me, like, was so people would go like, "Look at that! Is that what a plane looks like when it hits a bit?" I'm like,
I have no idea.
I don't know. Maybe. Like,
Yeah.
I have no idea. Like,
The building is made of solid steel and concrete, and the plane is made of something lightweight enough to be floating in the air. So it seems like instead of smoothly entering the side of a steel and concrete structure, it would maybe crumple and pieces would break off.
Yeah, something might.
I mean, it doesn't
bounce
seem
off
like
the
the
thing.
wings could ever possibly, even if it was going 300 miles an hour, which it
Yeah.
couldn't have been because it came in and made a sharp U-turn, supposedly.
I just don't know.
It just,
This is
I don't know
the,
either. That's just,
I
This is the Hezarkhani footage. I wonder if
I
you
think
can
the
find
buildings
the Evan Airbanks.
came down from some other fucking method besides the fire for sure. As far as the planes going in and out, I just can't even fucking begin to imagine what's normal and what isn't. I really have no clue.
Yeah,
You know?
Yeah.
I just have
I guess the
nothing,
lack of a
you know?
comparison. Well,
Yeah.
I guess this sounds like something for MythBusters.
yeah.
They should just crash a gigantic plane into a
Into a skyscraper, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're gonna have an easy time doing an episode on
But
9/11.
It's I hate to backstep, but to Pinocchio's nose, the nose of an airplane is made of plastic. It's not meant to withstand an impact.
Okay.
And a wing is not like heavy duty. It's meant to be
No.
lightweight.
They're meant
So-
to break off.
I'd like to see that flying car fly into the side of
Yeah.
a building, just bounce off like a dragonfly, fucking flutter down to the sidewalk and just start spinning
Looking all
around on the
stupid.
sidewalk.
Bouncing up and
The guy
down
just
on its side.
the guy
yeah.
just gets out embarrassed, like, yeah, well, sorry, I was a terrorist. I thought
You'd only
I'd,
be able
you
to
know."
hit the lobby with that thing anyway. It only gets like 10 feet off the ground.
This guy hit the 4th floor of a skyscraper and just sputtered around on the sidewalk like a fucking buffoon.
It cracked the window a little bit.
Can't be a terrorist in
Nancy
that
was
Aeromobile.
standing right there.
Yeah. She watched him come in all the way from across the street.
But anyway, isn't it kind of eerie how easily someone can replicate the actual thing and make it look exactly like it?
No, it is nuts. This is a great... Did you put this up for people?
Yes, yeah.
This is a great video to show really how fucking simple a video like that can be made. Now, does that convince me that it's fake? I guess not.
Yeah. You might, check,
Everything kind of does. I always,
Yeah.
to a certain degree, and like people have cool music in their videos, and you're like, you're just watching
you
it,
must
you're like,
know what you're talking about.
you're like,
No.
hang on a second, like, for 20 seconds of any video, you're like, it takes you a second to at least think of the reason why it's stupid, but in that 20 seconds, it's like that high of like gambling. You're just like, did I figure it out this time? Is this the one? Oh no.
Yeah. Well, if you
0.
if you watch this Ace Baker guy's video, the music is not good. He's totally a cornball. He does do a really good job explaining the concept, but he's not very trustworthy.
Okay.
But he does a good job explaining it, and it does kind of raise an eyebrow, and you do kind of think,
Yeah, I didn't realize it was so fucking easy to
as somebody
to
who
duplicate this
does
thing.
stuff
Yeah.
like this, I think he did a good job, and it was pretty convincing until the discrepancy with the Luma key and the explosion. But there's ways to make it work.
Hey, can you explain Luma key for
A
me?
So a Luma key, imagine, so the buildings in that shot, they were all dark because they were shot silhouetted against the super bright background.
Okay.
So what a Luma key does is it'll take either the light or the dark, whichever you decide, and make it transparent. So in this...
So it creates 2 layers.
Yeah. So, or it
Okay.
gives you the opportunity to slip something in. And,
Okay, gotcha,
And
yeah.
if you have the same exact video behind the video that's keyed, it looks like just the plain video.
All right. Okay.
So you have the 2 towers in front, but with a transparent background, but then the 2 towers behind it with the background still there. And then sandwiched between is where the plane went.
Gotcha. Okay.
And the faulty camera positioning is what allowed what they're calling Pinocchio's nose to poke through.
And that's
appearing
because-
undamaged by going through the whole fucking building.
Because they were on a helicopter, right? Did we already
Well,
talk
yeah,
about that?
the idea is that they have a mat split halfway between, or split at the midpoint of the frame. And if you watch it with a little marker halfway down...
That's got to be a way outdated way of doing that shit by now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Completely, right?
Well,
yeah.
It'd be the best way to do it live.
Still.
Back then, well, maybe. Now it seems like the technology for live 3D motion tracking is definitely there. I mean, maybe not at my fingertips, but
okay.
For the most funded shit that's out there, you could definitely put a lifelike, 3D CGI airplane crashing into a building.
No
live.
problem, huh?
I'm sure you
Yeah.
could. Yeah, my phone will make it look like there's dinosaurs roaming around the
Yeah,
house.
that's a true thing.
Sure, and
I mean, it's
especially-
not realistic, but...
Sure, but that's like a little free fucking thing that you have in your pocket,
The motion tracking
and
is there.
A lot of people will say that whatever consumers have available to them, and even in professional fields, oftentimes intelligence or government is 30 years past there in the development of their stuff. So who knows what they had in 2001,
Yeah.
You really have no way of knowing
Yeah.
if this was a big fucking operation. But what did you come away with thinking after the whole thing?
What I really want to do is get unaltered versions of the footage and dissect it myself, because everything that you find is a re-upload of an upload of an upload and all this other shit. I'd love to get the raw footage and have a chance to look at it. But I was for a long time convinced that it was like I took it seriously for a while.
I'm still open to it.
I am too.
Are you really about the planes not being real?
Well, I think
I just think it's one of those things that it's like it's overthinking it. It's like why
Yeah.
would they make it that fake? Why
Yeah.
why would they make it so discoverable that
now,
it was
what
a
if
fucking
they used missiles instead to make sure that it was accurate and make it easier and more cost effective?
I
And
think
then
that's
they
just-
told
Nah.
everybody it was planes
I think
to make
it's-
it more heart wrenching and draw more of an emotional response.
Yeah. There's
Because they stole people and smashed them into a skyscraper.
Yeah, see, to me, like, why wouldn't they actually just do that then?
Yeah.
If they really want to.
Because I guess there's more room for error. Because with a missile, if you
There
shoot
is,
a
and a
missile
lot of-
and it's guided and it's definitely going to hit a target 99.999% of the time, and you could use it as a way to brainwash people. And I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just an idea. But why is there no plane at the Pentagon? Why was that a missile? Because
Yeah.
that was a missile.
Yeah, and then with no Flight 93 either.
And I also think, fuck, that's so loud. I also think a lot of that stuff though is kind of memes that have been repeated a lot over and over again. And I think some of that stuff about like there not being a plane at the Pentagon is sort of misleading. Who's this on the phone? Hello?
Hey, what's going on, my friend?
Oh, hey, it's our old pal Jimmy down in Florida.
Oh, hello.
Jimmy.
Hey.
Florida Jim.
What's up?
So, riffing on the old 9/11 conspiracies, huh?
Yeah, why? You want to make something of it?
No, it's a new one.
Well, it's a relatively new one, considering, anyways, a good decade. Either way, just wanted to point out a couple little things that might dissolve your invisible plane theory. Like, what about the passengers? What about the first recorded apparent video with the firefighters in the street that had that real sketchy angle? All the other eyewitness angles of the second plane crashing and something to that effect. What do you got to say about that?
Well, yeah, I know. And to me, I've always wondered, like, how far does something like this go? How hard is it really to make up a whole plane full of people? Probably not really that hard, and how hard is it to get a few people to talk to the media and go, it was my cousin, it was my whoever, and then have a few other people out on YouTube going, how dare you guys talk like this? My friend lost her mom on that plane, or,
Yeah.
it's
Exactly
not
right.
that hard. However,
Also,
I don't. Again, it's like, why make it that fake? You know?
Yeah.
Why not just kill the people? Like, yeah, I don't know.
I even heard a little bit of talk about how they were able to replicate the phone calls that were made from the planes and be able to voice manipulate some of the supposed passengers on the plane with those phone calls. Could be or could be not, but at the same time, it could have been all an orchestration.
Yeah, and I think
I don't believe it completely. A lot of the evidence does point that way.
Yeah, and some of the phone stuff too is like people say, "Oh, you could never make a phone call from that that height." But I think at the time some of the phone calls were made, they were at lower altitudes. Like a lot of that original loose change kind of stuff was pretty shoddy. You know, it was pretty shoddy evidence. I mean, 9/11 is one of those things that it was such a massive attack with so many different angles that it leaves a ton of room for people to be wrong about all different kinds of things. And it doesn't really mean that the basic idea that something is very fucking fishy is wrong. That's what I say.
True.
So what do you think?
It all goes back to motive, I think.
So you're not buying the phony plane theory?
The no plane theory? No, not really. With all the extra angles and that. How about that one supposed theory about how the bottom side angle of some footage shows that the planes were in fact not the planes they thought they were,
right,
or
they were
supposedly stated they were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were like military
planes
planes with some tracking module on the bottom of it or some shit, or like
apparatus.
GPS
I would believe
thing,
something like that a little more because of all the eyewitnesses, as you guys stated earlier. I mean, that's a really heavy populated area.
That's what I'm saying.
Middle of more, people saw that shit.
Right. That's what I'm thinking. A lot of people saw it. Yeah, I'm thinking a lot of people had to have
If
seen it.
nobody in fucking New York City saw any planes crashing in fucking World Trade Centers 1 and 2, I think there would have been an outrage.
Right, exactly. If they just went like, "Nah, I was standing out there. There was no crash.
There's nothing. There's a bunch of explosions, but no, we didn't see any planes. I was in the building.
In fact,
there was no planes.
In fact, from floor 80 to 86 was just
how
a
much can
giant
they
green
censor
screen.
the media at that point? Good luck.
Yeah, well, all right. So what else? What do you think happened on 9/11?
I think, actually, I remember that day in high school, man. We got the fuck out of there. We didn't feel safe. But little did we know at that point, looking back, though, fucking 14 years later, wow.
Yeah, we just used that as an excuse to leave, though. That was not.
No, yeah, we were just a bunch of pieheads back in the day, whatever.
Okay, now, what do you think happens when you die?
I think death would be, not to be a suicidal maniac here, but I think death would be an awesome exploration into everything. Really, what you gotta realize is I've been thinking about this recently a lot. We've been alive, per se, since the beginning of time in a connected sequence. Hear me out. We're born from parents, obviously, that are alive, and that goes all the way down. So we've technically never been dead. We've always been alive through the existence of time. A little left field, but right?
Bro, you're blowing my mind. Everyone's trying to do something, and I'm real distracted.
But think about it, right? So therefore, when we do pass on to ourselves not functioning as neurological beings, having things firing off in our brain that create us the ability to think and to perceive the senses that we do, we just go back into the cloud of nothingness. Or this is what they listen to. You asked me a really difficult question to interpret. Now, to get back on the same page as you guys, what would you think about the concept of death in the afterlife.
What do we think about it? We decided
sure.
tonight that we're obsessed with it.
Yeah. Can't stop thinking about it.
Can't stop thinking about death.
I want it so bad.
Well, what's your obsession based on? The unknown, the
Yes.
complete blanket of knowledge that we don't have on that topic?
Giddy lust for the afterlife.
It's a lust for the knowledge.
Well, that, in other terms could be called suicidal, but I do understand exactly what you're talking about. It's, I think it's fascinating, the possibility of collective conscious kind of gathering at that point in time.
Jimmy, we don't care what you're talking about.
No, but thanks for calling.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? You guys keep talking.
All right, listen. I want
Good
you
advice.
to listen. I want you to talk to our pal Mike Toland, right?
Toland.
Mike Toland from the Dog District.
Toland.
Hey, shut up. Listen, this guy rescues dogs. Okay, I want you to talk to him, and he does. I want you.
Okay, I'm not laughing at that, but go on.
Andrea, help Mike get all his info out, and for people, and if you guys, if you're in the west suburbs of Chicago and you're a dog lover, animal lover, and want to pitch in and put some work in for the cause, you can hook up with Mike. So why don't you guys take care of that, and Jimmy, help them out where they need it.
All right,
sure
so you
that.
are. It's the Dog District in Darien.
Yeah, we're the Dog District in Darien. We do pretty much everything except veterinary care. We do dog daycare, boarding, training, and adoptions as well. And
Adoptions, and you
yeah.
do rescues.
Yeah, we take dogs from like Chicago's animal control and usually the ones that need it. So, I mean, you won't find a lot of purebred puppies, but you'll find lots of little pit bulls and chihuahuas and...
Aw, little scrappy dogs.
Well, yeah, the ones that need it, yeah.
So Dog District in Darien, I'll post your page on the Facebook here, and people can come there and fix their dog right up and get them some daycare and some sleepover time. And
Yeah. If you don't like dogs, there's something wrong with you.
yeah, you idiot.
Evolve like
Vinny.
the rest of us.
Jimmy, anything to add?
I had a dog once. It was a great dog. Gotta love dogs, man.
Hey,
You know? Big one.
Right on.
Yeah,
Not
what an idiot. So you mentioned you want to have people like volunteer and stuff too, right?
Yeah, if people are interested, I mean, if they live close, they can definitely volunteer. You know, we always have rescue dogs that are needing walking or bathing or anything of that nature.
Great way to spend your time.
Yeah.
Help out the local dog rescue community. All right, what else? Is that all you guys got?
Yeah, I think so.
Jimmy, are you gonna ask any funny dog questions? You fucking idiot!
You
Moron.
encourage the people that rescue these dogs to take the dogs on rides. You got to go on a bike ride with the dog on a leash, and fat dogs really do benefit from this kind of exercise because they're not allowed to run.
For sure,
a leash
dude.
on
I
at
actually train dogs to run on the treadmill. It's way easier.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
You guys have a lot of
That's eliminating the bike action.
and don't you also have like a large outdoor area?
Yeah,
Facility too?
it's like a pet resort sort of feeling, but rescue dogs also live there and get to play all day and bullshit. You know, they love it.
I get to play in bullshit. It's real nice. All right, good. So I'm gonna find your Facebook page and put it up here for everybody.
It's a real nice place. I've been there.
Yeah, it is really nice. We went
I
there.
wish I could help out. Not
It's a nice
being from the
facility.
Chicagoland area anymore. I can't fit you, but
It's no excuse.
Just Skype your way in. I don't know.
Hey, Jimmy.
Ta-da.
Jimmy,
What up?
what else you got for us tonight?
Sound effects.
Caught a little bit at 9/11.
That was supposed to be a hang-up sound effect. There you go. So it has this on it. Stupid guy put his company on the beginning of that and ruined my gag.
Stupid.
Dick bag.
All right, well, might as well reveal Jimmy's still there then.
Well, hey there, Jimmy.
He's the fake Jimmy.
Mike's got to get out of here, so we got to take a break. If you want to hang out till the next segment, we're only going to be gone for about 5 minutes. So, yeah, just chill out there on the phone.
I am on the phone.
I got some ideas for you, all right?
All right, it's not going to blow your mind too much. I might respond.
We'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks to everybody for checking us out on the Sunday Evening Overdose. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, David Box. And we're back.
We're back on a Sunday.
It's the Sunday Evening Overdose, March 22nd into the 23rd, 2015. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
We're having a great time so far.
We are. If you can't tell by the banjo, let us just say what a good time we're having.
Tell what by the banjo?
What a good time we're having.
A contest.
Oh.
That's what we're having. Is Jimmy still on the line?
Hello, Jimmy.
Yes, I am.
There he is.
All right, listen. We're having a contest.
I'm ready for a contest. What do you got?
We need a new co-host for the show. All right, tell me what you think of this. We need a co-host.
What do I have to do?
It's not you. We need a co-host. This is going to be a contest where people have to make a YouTube video, and they're going to submit their audition.
I don't know how to use YouTube.
God damn it!
All right. Well,
He just
other
got
people
muted.
in the world do.
It's people. We need you people out there to submit a 30-second YouTube video or a minute or whatever. It doesn't have to be long. It's an audition for you to be the next co-host of the Sunday Evening Overdose. The only requirements are that you hate police and like ghosts. That's pretty much all I care about.
Yeah.
You can be vulgar as you want. Doesn't matter. You know, we don't give a fuck about that.
Not even a little.
No. What else? What else do we want? I mean, we want somebody. We want somebody to get kind of the comedic vibe going a little bit, but
yeah, but maybe also be a little gritty.
Yeah, a little gritty, a little bit of real, whatever. So that's the kind of person we're looking for. In a new co-host. Hang on, Jimmy, I'm bringing you back on. What do you think about that?
Well, first of all, there's nothing funny about ghosts, except for Batman.
I know, I'm kind of sick of talking about ghosts sometimes too, but
you have to like them anyway.
Yeah, well, you got to be open to it. So that's the deal.
They're listening.
You upload it to YouTube and you post it to the Sunday Evening Overdose Facebook page. If anyone does that, you'll get the job. Because probably no one will. But that's the contest, right? What else?
Yeah. No, I think that's as specific as we should be.
I think that's it. Yeah.
I have so much faith in our listeners that I'm sure that they'll just come up with some awesome ideas on their own.
Yeah, and then we'll play them on the show, of course.
And this is an actual real contest too. I know that we have we haven't had great contest.
Most of our
history.
Every other contest.
How many fake contests do you guys run a month over there?
No, every other contest.
We haven't done it in a while.
We've never done a fake contest.
No, it's always been a real contest.
We've just never said that like one of the members of the show couldn't win. So one of us usually wins. But this is completely for real. If you guys submit these, we will play them and we will consider you as a co-host.
And we do actually need a new co-host.
Yeah, and we really do need a new co-host. But you have to hate police. Just don't even bother. I mean, I really don't want to have some stupid argument with somebody every single week about whether cops are good or bad. That's not going to go on here. Waste of goddamn time. Waste of my fucking time.
Jesus,
all right.
Fuck.
I'm trying to figure out a point to make that police aren't awful, but I got nothing. So you win.
Yeah, don't.
These are the absolute scum of the earth. Residing citizens that have guns and no power.
You hear that?
All right. Well, I'm done with this. Let's talk about people in Spain who have taken to just driving the wrong way down the highway in order to win a little bit of money.
Wait, what?
In order to win a little bit of money.
These people take bets. There's like a whole network of these fucking scumbags in Spain that take bets and collect a bunch of money and pit like drug addicts against each other. They all steal cars and get on the highway going the wrong way, and whoever makes it the furthest without dying gets to keep the pool.
Really?
That's the real thing?
That's a real thing.
They do this to the battle, like to the last man
To the
standing.
death, yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, they get the drivers. They like offer to pay them a huge percentage of the money, but it's like a network of guys who like have a bunch of money that they're moving around, and
Do they have their own highways?
No, no. I heard this from someone I know who lived in Spain for 13 years. Was friends with a girl there who got hit in a head-on collision from one of these suicide drivers. They're called suicide drivers, and they're drug addicts that have like nothing to live for except money to get drugs. So either they're gonna die or they're gonna get enough money to get enough drugs to die.
Really fast on the wrong side of the highway. That's some kind of fucking operation right there.
So like rich
I get my
businessmen
drugs,
are
I
like,
usually drive on the right side of the highway just a little fast.
who's putting up the money? Like rich guys that
Like
want to
rich
see
guys.
somebody die?
Yeah. People who like want to gamble on something really fucked up. Like it happens, you know. Like think about if you have a gambling addiction and you need to keep upping the stakes over and over and
I guess if they got the money to do that, but who's cleaning up that shit? Does the city or the state or the country not know about this shit? And have no preventative measures against it?
You know what, dude?
Like
It's
local law enforcement.
This is one of those things that would turn out to be like, you know, a senator and a fucking sheriff and you know all these like local people in power are the ones behind it. You know, they're
Everyone's got their pockets greased doing that kind of shit.
Man, death sports is weird.
Yeah.
we haven't talked about that before.
No, but maybe we should.
You know, the stuff you see in movies oftentimes isn't far from the truth. Where you see in like Hostel or some weird fucking movies where they have like these little societies of rich guys that pay to fuck people up and kill them and stuff. I mean, that shit happens.
Yeah,
definitely.
I'd be surprised if anything happened like that in the States, but yeah, you'd figure anywhere else in the world is very possible considering the media sources and how we get information from any place like that.
I'd be really surprised if there was nothing like that going on in the States.
True, but where could it like be in like a little niche pocket of a suburb?
Oh man, you know, yeah, because when you grow up near like a big city, you live in this bubble, and you tend to forget most of this country is just
suburbia.
Most of this country is just rural and
Open
tiny
space.
tiny towns, and it's not.
Well, yeah, but when you grow up in suburbia, yeah, you don't even understand the other side of the fence.
Well, right, and it's not like around like big cities where we're all used to being watched and everything's hard to hide, and there's it's like there's places all over the country where I could conceive of there being some super fucking elite death
There's still places
club,
in this country where you don't get cell phone reception.
Yeah,
let alone imagine what else is on the fucking literal and figurative radar at that point.
I think it's totally plausible. And what we find out, I mean, we always highlight these articles on the show. You know, there's over and over again we find out just the weirdest things about people in powerful places all over the world wanting to commit acts of violence and cruelty against defenseless people.
Yeah.
You know? And it's just
every week
exercise of power.
Yeah.
In any way.
No, but not even at like a base like cop like thug level. I'm talking about like we find out about like child rape and torture rings.
Yeah.
Routinely, like 3 or 4 times a year or something. You know. It's it's fucking insane. That's just a part of the powerful people on this planet right now. For whatever reason.
More than the fact that they're doing it, the fact that they're keeping that shit suppressed.
I know.
I was just gonna
To the
say
point where it piques interest in the public, but they really have nothing to back their apparent knowledge in.
Well, and it's such a hard topic to deal with that most people would rather just have it go away, figure somebody's dealing with it. We don't need to look at it, not realizing that the people that should be dealing with it are complicit in it. So, what were you saying, David Box?
I was just going to say, like, every time we talk about the show, every topic does seem to lead to sort of an underground trade of weird, bad shit. Mostly kids.
Yeah. I just used the kid thing as an example, but it's it's just it does always lead there at some point.
Even last week when we were talking about the Grimes sisters, it led to that murder of the Schuster and Peterson kids, and that opened up a whole big thing with that one. What was his name now? Was it
you better be careful.
Seiler. Oh, yeah. Someone's going to get mad at me. But yeah, rich guys with this weird black market stuff. I wonder if we could find a Craigslist for that and just kind of see what sort of weird shit is being offered.
You know what?
They have that.
Yeah.
They have a...
that's a thing we could do on the show coming up soon. Because, we could go on the dark net and...
The deep internet.
Yeah, I've been on the Silk Road before it was shut down and looked at, slaves, and you can buy anything. There's definitely... It can be done. Definitely.
That's fucked up.
There's a couple still...
Anything.
Functional, black market, Craigslist-style websites that you can get to. I can't remember the names of any of them, but we'll find them and we'll put something together for maybe next week.
There's a Craigslist for that.
Yeah.
there's a Craigslist for that. All right, Jimmy, we gotta let you go and blast through the rest of this shit and finish up the show.
Do it too, my friends. It was good hanging out with you guys for a little bit.
Thanks for calling, Jim
Thanks.
from Florida.
What?
Florida Jim.
Florida Jim.
Florida Jim, man. Come down and enjoy the palm trees one of these years, my friends. I'll be back around that town one of these days, but who knows?
I'm gonna leave now. Okay, goodbye now.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know. He's just very...
That was Florida Jim.
Very boring. Researchers discover an enormous some shit dinosaur.
Giant ancient crocodile.
That's a dinosaur.
That is, I'd say it's a gray area. It looks pretty crocodile to me, if you ask me.
A giant ancient walking crocodile.
Walks on two legs.
Upright walking crocodile. That's basically what a dinosaur is, but what's the deal with this fucking thing? Carniflex carolinus. Before dinosaurs arrived to rule North America, one of the world's earliest and largest crocodilian ancestors was the continent's top predator. This newly discovered 231 million year old fossil would have been about 3 meters, 9 feet long when it was alive. It lived on land, walked upright, and sliced through armored reptiles and early mammal relatives with its blade-like teeth. Oh my god. This thing's horrifying.
It's fucking horrific.
Did you post this for people? You should see the picture of this. It's basically like if a dinosaur was really worse than a dinosaur was.
Yeah, just like
what
way
it is.
worse. It's like your nightmare of a dinosaur.
It's like got huge muscular crocodile legs that it runs at you at, and a giant crocodile mouth.
And it was probably fast, but it doesn't look very graceful. It was probably really flaily.
Yeah, but it doesn't care.
No, it doesn't care, and that makes it even scarier.
Your rib cage.
So it just fucking flails all the way to you, and that's the last thing that you ever see.
Just mashes
this
you up.
fucking giant flailing crocodile.
I wonder if it still does the thing where it bites you and then rolls on the ground just to tear you apart. It bites you and then it does backflips and other acrobatic things.
So hang on, is this before? What part of the evolution of the crocodile is this thing at? Is this before it went into water? Totally.
Yeah, I guess it is because it evolved to be more aquatic. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I guess it's pretty fucking insane looking. I really do hate it.
I wonder.
It is kind of bulky though.
I wonder why walking upright was weaned away. What was maladaptive about it?
Probably because it was so fucking flaily. Look at it.
Yeah, it probably just trotted on its legs, just chomping its teeth at anything.
Well, and it was and anything could see it coming. Once it got low to the ground, it was able to sneak way better.
And that's probably why it's so much better in the water,
sneak up
too.
and prey and just grab it with its stupid long bird beak mouth.
Stupid lizard bird.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty fucking scary.
Yeah. I wish we had one.
Yeah.
That was our friend.
Definitely.
that thing, and it's got that like stupid. Oh God, it's got that disgusting thing where like between its top teeth and its bottom teeth, it can't just have like a normal mouth that has an end to its jaw. It's got that big pink sheet between just that big pink like side gum.
It's
Just
got,
like coming,
vagina lips.
Yeah, just taking up the side of its mouth. Like that's awful.
Oh
That's
God!
disgusting.
What if like something sharp sliced that? Like that seems like an enormous weak spot, doesn't
And
it?
it's just a horrible beast. It never cleans that thing out either. It
Yeah.
probably smells fucking disgusting.
Oh,
You get close to
boy.
that thing. You're one of those birds that has to like eat it, eat its teeth and pick things out of its. You're like, dude, clean your fucking skin flap
like
in here.
come on, man.
This is gross. This fucking fish
Walk
bones in
around
it.
like that? Doesn't
Yeah.
that bother you?
Where are its eyes? I can't really see.
They're like directly above the skin flap, I think.
It's got like the top of its head is like a T-Rex and the bottom is like a crocodile. This thing is a very shitty animal.
It is, yeah. This is an incredibly shitty animal.
Yeah. Well,
And it's
whatever.
got those useless little front feet, too. It's like halfway between a T-Rex and a crocodile. That's what's happening
Yeah,
here.
that's definitely what it looks like. I wonder if it was smart or if it was just like retarded.
I'm glad these aren't here anymore.
Oklahoma's banning atheists from getting married?
Yeah, because they're a bunch of dicks. Well,
What?
what they're doing is they're requiring that you obtain a marriage certificate through an official church.
Oh.
And then you use that to go and obtain your government marriage license. And that's your proof of marriage. So basically, if your place of worship does not issue a certificate of marriage, you may not effectively get married in the state of Oklahoma. That's what they want, but it's just a bill. It's not happening
Yeah.
yet.
Here's what I don't get about it. If you're so atheist that you're not willing to just lie just so you can get through the BS, like, just shut up.
I'm going to say the same thing, and I probably am considered an atheist. I'm going to say the same thing that I say about gay marriage. Like, don't be so pathetic that you need the government's approval for your relationship. Just stop fucking around with the whole marriage thing anyways. What are you, a little kid? Shut up. Oh, it's my taxes. No, don't pay taxes then, idiot. Figure it out. You know what I mean? I don't
Bad
care.
excuse.
I like anytime somebody's, oh, they're not going to let us get married. I'm like, well, good. Who cares?
Then don't get
Yeah,
married.
then don't get. I really don't give a shit. And like atheists of all people, if you're gonna be some like intelligent, progressive person, then why don't you understand the trap that the government's trying to put you in? You know why?
Yeah.
So why? Whatever. What do you think?
I
You want
think.
atheists to get married?
Well, I mean, I don't care.
I
If
don't care.
somebody wants to get married, I think that it's fine with me to get married. I think it's.
You gonna go hold a sign?
I think it's weird to
At a protest?
deliberately. No.
Because you don't really care.
I think that it's pretty weird to deliberately require something from religion in order to get something from the state.
Yeah, it seems like a direct contradiction to the separation of
Guys.
church and state shit.
Yeah.
Everything the government does is a contradiction to what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
You gotta choose you gotta choose your battles. This
No
thing,
way.
This just doesn't matter.
They do some things right.
No, everything. It's like that's why I just have a hard time even getting mad about a lot of things anymore. 'Cause I'm just like, this is what they're supposed to do. You're supposed to take every little thing and go, hey, they're not gonna come on. This is supposed like, yeah, we'll all waste our time doing that. And meanwhile, we'll still just be getting just raped up the ass by banks and corporations all day.
And no one's going to notice.
Part of the distraction is like, hey, our government's not working for us. Right? Like, yeah, that's the way it's supposed to work.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't care.
All right. Well, good.
Do you guys, though? Really?
Well, I mean, we're trying to talk about it, you know.
Yeah.
I thought we'd flesh it out a little. But you know, I guess ultimately I don't care. But it seems like, I don't know, maybe I do care because there's a financial benefit to it. And it seems to be, I mean, I don't care. I'm not defending them because they're atheists. I guess it just kind of makes me mad that people are so needing to identify themselves as an atheist that they're not willing to just jump through the hoop. Like, who fucking cares?
Yeah,
Well,
like what is
but-
an atheist afraid they're going to go to hell if they pretend
Yeah.
there's a god for
No,
20 minutes?
But they might be afraid that they'll be indignified to themselves and their partner and their friends and their families. And,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
I mean, and it might just be a matter of principle, and like there's a long history of religious persecution in not only this country but any country your ancestors probably could have come from. So they might have any number of attachments to the idea of like,
Yeah.
I'm not going to bow to religion, you know, and
Yeah.
that's
Totally,
a big
yeah.
thing to a lot of people. So, you know, I could see just going, well, even if I don't give a shit about people getting married, I could see them, or if they don't even give a shit about getting married, I could see them just saying like, I want to just show religious people that you can't just boss us around.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I get
Yeah.
that.
So, yeah, I think, yeah, as if it were me, I'd say, no, fuck you. This is ridiculous, you know? And
Yeah, I mean, do you have to classify atheism as a religion and then have like an institution to go to get the paper issued to you? Can you gather
That's
together
been
as
yeah.
atheists and not
Yeah.
worship together?
I think that's been like a long running debate in the atheist community too. Is like, should it be a religion? And I think most of them are going to say no. That we're, you know,
Yeah.
That's the
wor-
idea.
the word itself is what we're fighting against. That's
Yeah.
or not the word itself, but you know the definition of it. We're not that. It's not. Yeah, it's not an explanation for creation. It's not a fucking philosophy on life. It's the rejection of your purported answers, basically. You know, so. Yeah, I mean, it is pretty nuts. And it's also pretty nuts that they don't let gay people get married. I mean, I just don't really care about either one though. Like, I get it. I get it that it's nuts, and I just don't care. Probably because it's like when they incentivize marriage by tax incentives, I guess, right? And it's also sort of just a cultural thing that they want people to do. But in a lot of ways, it can be a huge mistake for a lot of people, and it can cost tons of money, you know, and a lot of the ways people tie themselves to each other legally and financially can just be a giant mistake. And we've seen it. The divorce rate is like over 50% by now, you know.
Yeah.
It's a complete insane way to think that it's like everybody's going to want to do this, and so like we're going to give you incentives. And so, by the way, what if you just want to live in like a partnership as a household? So now that's a roommate. Well, can we just be married because we share the house? We take care of the pets together. We got a garden. We got a fucking what? You know what I mean? Like, no, that's not a marriage because you're not fucking. Well, so you know what I mean? It's like what? It's just this weird definition that we have that just really doesn't work for the modern lifestyle in so many ways, whether it's like sexually, religious, or anything. It's just like, why can people living in a house together not be married, you know? Or
Well,
for
two
the-
people who live together after a certain amount of time have common law marriage. I think it's 8 years.
Whatever. Fuck them.
But you have to wait that. But then, like, you have to wait that long, and then it's just like a government.
I'm just saying, if you're going to live
you know?
together in a house and take care of all the responsibilities together like a family would, what's the difference if somebody's penetrating somebody
Yeah.
and somebody's telling them they love them and somebody's giving somebody a gift on Valentine's Day? The fuck does it matter? How is that, how is that a way to run society? That's the incentive, is like you have to play that game, or you
And
don't,
then
or,
you get the tax
or
breaks.
you don't get to be recognized as a unit.
Yeah.
It's fucking absurd. That's why I just don't give a shit about anyone's individual campaign. when it's the gay marriage and now this atheist. I'm just like, no, let's have the real discussion about what's wrong with the whole marriage system.
Yeah.
Talk to me. Show me the roommate marriage protest. I'll go to the roommate marriage protest. You know, and then the roommate marriage protest and plus automatic divorce with no penalties.
Yeah.
You know, like, cause you know what I mean? Do we work for ourselves in society? No. Do we work for ourselves with our government? No. Shit doesn't make fucking sense.
No.
It's bull crud.
Bull hockey. Well, yeah, getting married is it's like
up on a
it's been
pedestal.
brainwashed. Yeah, it's been put on a pedestal for so long.
Yeah.
I guess because it
Something's
used to
wrong
come
with
with more
you.
benefits than it comes with now, but
Well, and there's also, you know, it's just another thing we're probably going to move past
yeah.
as we evolve socially, but right now we're still in this little limbo period where, like, for a long time it probably kind of was an important thing. Like, people for a long time were just like animals, you know? I mean, like, we forget how recently it was that we could all, like, walk around in a town together and be nice, and there'd be a guy playing a piano.
Write
you know?
on a piece of paper.
And you could order a drink with different ingredients that you want, you know, and just all this stuff. I mean, it is so relatively recent that we were afforded this fucking luxury of that the average person wasn't trying to kill you for your resources, you know, that you
Yeah.
knew. Like, we're so fucking lucky. What was that? Did that dog just whistle over there?
No, I think that was my shoe squeaking on the floor.
No,
That was
sorry.
weird.
Yeah, that was weird.
Where the hell were we going with that before?
The recent luxury of modern life.
People
That's
not
where you
trying
were
to kill
going.
you all the time for your resources.
Where
Yeah.
did we start?
It was marriage. You know, think how long.
How
we were
social
acting like-
evolution is going to do away with marriage.
Oh,
how we
right.
started
Yeah.
without
Yeah.
marriage.
So I was just saying, I'm sorry. So I was just saying, you know, it's so recently that we've become actually sophisticated, you know?
Yeah.
And it's going to start moving at such an exponential rate that pretty soon this shit's just going to be completely out the window. We're not going to have any need for it anymore. But we're in this limbo where for a long time, as I was saying, when people were such fucking animals that, like, the idea that a woman could tolerate you for any period of time meant you were like, whoa, you were like one of the good ones. So this was a status
Yeah.
symbol. I'm a married man with kids. I hold down a job. And that means I'm not a fucking animal like the rest of them, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, and more as we've gone along, we've come up with different ways to fit into society no matter what kind of personality we are. And we've kind of evolved together and figured this whole thing out a little bit better. So that idea that, like, you can get married and have kids isn't that same reassuring thing that means you're more stable than the kind of people around you anymore. You know what I mean by that whole thing? That's my point that I was trying to get to. Does that
Yeah.
make sense or what?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I could see that. I don't know.
So it's
I
just
feel like
not
we're.
it's not going to be as important as what I'm saying. You know, it's not
Yeah.
going to be the
Yeah.
status thing that it was. You know?
I wonder how long it'll actually genuinely take to get there, though. You know, you feel this way,
Not
but it's
long.
not a popular.
Yes, it
No.
is.
It's
Yes, it is. In fact, it's extremely popular. That's probably like when I'm out and, like, people in their 20s and 30s right now who are especially, like, in any kind of, like, artistic leaning, like, crowds and circles, like, it's extremely popular. Oh, I'll never get married. I'll never have kids. I'll never do. It's like that's an extremely popular philosophical view now. Is just like monogamy is dead and blah. I mean, we've had that conversation on the show with, like, anyone who's under 26. You know,
Yeah.
That's like so. It's just kind of. I think it's immensely popular. You know, I think and even, like, people think you're, like, old fashioned if you kind of talk like I'm talking. You know, about, like. Or was on the show about, you know, like, yeah, maybe you can settle down with a person. You know, no,
Yeah.
that shit's old.
Yeah.
Fucking
okay,
do that-
Grandpa.
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever you say, sir.
Yeah, right. You gotta fuck like 35 people a year, or you're just not like liberated. It's just not like. Don't you want that? Like,
don't you just feel like you're in a prison?
Yeah, and I don't know, but we're just in this weird place in evolution.
Yeah.
I would think. I would surmise.
Yeah, I would say that's an apt surmission.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I wonder which way it'll go. Because they always talk about how you need a strong family to raise a kid, but it seems like a community is a better option for raising a kid. You know,
we got
all the
that
people
too.
around 'em.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people our generation, and younger, in my generation, it seems like kind of like the cutoff of like we're like the oldest ones of our group. Like it's like we kind of like have the new edge of people doing things different, I guess. But a lot of people my age and younger seem like there's a lot of fucking situations of people that had kids young and they raised the kids with a lot more friends around and a lot more like, oh, they live downstairs and we live upstairs and everybody takes care of the kid. And yeah, I mean, it's like, it's a lot of people do the more community thing now, you know, and a lot more than when we were kids.
Definitely.
It seems like, so I think that's all changing. And I think a lot of that stuff's going to become way more common. And then again, some people are always going to just do the old fashioned thing and whatever. I'm probably just going to get crazier and crazier and end up like one day getting arrested for like going bowling in my open bathrobe with no underwear on. Probably won't have any kids. I'll probably just do that.
Nice.
And who do you have to impress?
What do you guys think about Hitler?
Nice guy, if you give him the time.
I came across this this article, and here's the thing, is I've always been kind of interested in like the other side of the Holocaust, and not because I'm somebody who's looking for this way to go, oh hey, Jews are liars, and you know what I mean, but it fascinates me how much of the like mainstream history I was taught as a kid was a lie.
Yeah, I've always been fascinated by that too.
I wonder like what of the Holocaust was a lie, and then I wonder why, because surely, okay, we're not going to sit here and pretend that we haven't seen thousands of bodies piled up. We're not gonna we're not going to pretend that it wasn't, because it wasn't very long ago, really.
Yeah.
If you're 30, 25, 35, we had grandparents and people and kids that we grew up with whose grandparents died in the thing. It's like, it's not one of those things. So just to head that argument off at the pass.
Yeah.
But I am interested. I am interested in the details and how there's a lot of discrepancies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's not to say that this article I found us is reflective of any kind of like, intelligent research or anything.
Right. Although it has some interesting ideas in it, although I think it could have been more democratically presented.
So what do you think? I don't know. This is basically the art. Let's just read the name of the article. It's that. What was it again? I don't have it in front of me.
Adolf Hitler, the most lied about man in history.
Really? I didn't know you felt this way. Why don't you read this article for people?
One of his first changes by Adolf Hitler upon taking power was to repeal the Jewish-controlled Weimar government's continuance of 1928 restrictions on citizens carrying weapons except by known enemies of the people such as criminals and Jews plotting with enemies abroad. So he immediately wanted to arm the population. Jews always disarm populations, apparently. Adolf Hitler believed that an armed citizenry was the best insurance against such an oppressive and evil state as Weimar, ever again inflicting itself on the German people, as well as to protect the Reich from becoming corrupted in the future. Sadly, this restriction was not only reimposed after the war by the current occupation government in Germany, as it was across all the ZOG regimes of Europe, with the very partial exception of Switzerland, but extended to include all self-defense weapons such as knives or pepper spray for women, leaving the people of Europe defenseless against criminals, hostile immigrants, and the growing tyranny of the coming Jew world order, with its increasingly brutal and lawless anti-free speech, heavily armed police, and internal security forces.
Holy shit, Andrea.
No, this is a very racist article that you found here. Did you read it at all before you...
Nah, I just thought it'd be pretty funny to have you read it.
No, it is really funny.
No, I mean, it's one of those things that, like, this is why there's so very few people willing to look into that kind of thing, is because most of it is like this excuse to be racist. You know, it's like, well, come on, like, there are these little discrepancies in history, and that means Jews are evil. You know? So I don't know. What do you think about, we've done the David Cole thing on the show, you know, the Holocaust revisionist and everything. I mean, what do you guys think about that stuff? Do you buy the mainstream story about the Holocaust?
I don't know.
We do know this. Here's some basic facts. We do know this. We know that the numbers are, like, heavily debated, you know? And there's been all kinds of talk about that. We do know that it wasn't originally called the Holocaust.
Right.
And that there seemed to be a lot of Jewish backing to change the way that it was characterized.
Yeah.
And Holocaust was like a term, like a pagan term for a sacrifice by fire or something. It's like a weird that they really wanted to use that word, and it wasn't a popular word. You know, it was called the genocide before that. But all right. So, anyways, we know those few things, and whatever else.
We also know that that the genocide committed by Adolf Hitler was not even close to the largest genocides in history, and yet he's the most well-known and most persecuted.
Yeah, what was Mao Zedong was?
Yeah, here I'll pull. I found a chart a few days ago. Actually,
Mao Zedong.
Killed a lot of motherfuckers.
Well, like 80 million or something. I mean, and that dwarfs whatever. They debate the number of that.
6 million.
Yeah, they debate the number that Hitler killed, and it just dwarfs any fucking possible estimate. And that's the Chinese government's estimate, I think, too. It's not some like even some independent, thing. So I mean, who knows how much they could have actually covered up.
We'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Imagine how bad things are when you get to like, all right, let's go, like 80 million won't seem as bad. Like that's not quite as bad as what they actually did. So we'll be cool with 80. Everybody good with 80?
Oh man, they're gonna know.
They're gonna know.
80's way too low.
They're gonna know because it felt like 600, and they know that. What are you finding on him?
I'm just trying to find this list of all the worst genocides in the world. Hold on.
Yeah, so I mean, it is strange.
Hitler doesn't rank. He's not even in the top 10.
Right, and it's strange that that's the one we learned about. So I mean, there are all these strange things, I mean, there are all these really weird things about the Holocaust and why it was so drilled into our heads. I mean, because there isn't a grade of school that you didn't learn about it, about it, right?
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, I've heard people say that it's like to create a platform of Jewish sympathy so that if you ever speak out against a Jewish person for anything, you're just labeled an anti-Semite and you fade away.
There's also like that bulldog climate of like, get him, yo, come on.
Yeah.
That was, don't you know the atrocities they faced, and it's like, yeah, well, how about, I mean, like we're talking about here, the Chinese, right? And what are you coming up with, Andrea? And
I found
Pol Pot.
this fucking thing. I found the right thing that I'm looking for. However, it's I can't read it because it's too small, and when I zoom in on it, it won't reveal its letters to me. However, Mao has killed the most people.
I know, and I'm saying it was 83 million.
Oh man, he killed the most by
78.
like a huge margin.
That was pretty close though. 78 million.
I knew it was somewhere around there. Yeah. So no, I mean,
yeah. Next behind that would be
wait, let's guess. What do you think it was, David Box?
Who?
Yeah,
I was gonna say maybe. What's his name? Stalin.
I was gonna say Stalin too.
Yeah.
It is Stalin. Would you care to guess how many people?
53.
I'm gonna guess maybe 20 million, 15 to 20 million.
23.
23 people.
23 people. So, yeah. So if that tells you anything. No, yeah, Stalin was 23 million. And then the highest estimate for how many Adolf Hitler was responsible for was 17 million. But as you said before, it's very, very widely disputed.
Well, and it's kind of also insane to start, like, once you get in, like, look at the conversation we're having. We're like, well, this guy fucking killed 23 million. This guy only killed 17 at the most. So, I mean, like, it's kind of, I mean, it is kind of
some slack.
It is kind of a nuts conversation, but
yeah,
it is, I mean, there's a lot to be said for the fact that we don't learn about the genocide that happened here, you know, the Native American genocide, which probably also dwarfed the Jewish genocide. Yeah, look up at some honest estimates.
We still
on that
celebrate Columbus Day. I mean, it's worse than that. It's not even
Hey.
just that we're taught the false thing. We celebrate fucking Columbus Day.
I don't.
Well, you know what I mean, though. Officially, as a country, Columbus Day is a day for celebration. I guess a lot of states are kind of saying that's not a thing anymore, but
Yeah, there's a couple that have taken some actual action on it. That's pretty cool. But no, I mean the genocide that happened here was probably way bigger than the Jewish genocide. What do you got?
Let's see. This would be Native American genocide. Between the United States and Canada, the estimated death toll is between 95 million to 114 million.
oh my god.
Ooh-wee.
Take that, Mao
Jesus
Zedong or whatever.
Christ.
Yeah.
Okay, so guess what they call that, though? Now, let's not be hasty. I remember a little term called manifest destiny. Don't you, boys and girls?
The American dream.
Yes, thank you.
Discovered
Thanks a
the
lot.
new world.
Manifest destiny. No, listen, when you would ask your teacher when you were a kid, why did we just kill all the Indians so that we could put 7-Elevens and sell them to different Indians all across the country? What the fuck exactly happened there? No, that was manifest destiny. That see what that means is all right. So destiny, okay. What destiny is well that's a thing that's got to happen. It's locked in. No matter what you do, you're gonna fulfill this destiny. This is what's meant to happen. This is the path you're meant to walk. This is what's written in the stars for you. This is destiny. Well, manifest, that's just to bring about, to bring to fruition, to make real. So what we did is we basically did the only thing that was possible to do. We manifested destiny. It was the only choice was to kill all the Indians. We manifested our only thing, right? I mean, that's all.
Yeah.
That was the only thing we could do. I love that
Get
term.
'em.
That term is fucking
Manifest
hilarious to
It's
me.
the only thing there was.
I want to go manifest
manifested-
some destiny right now.
Yeah, it's my destiny. We had to. I mean, that was the only thing. It was the only thing. That was the only way. Don't you love that?
Yeah.
That was our
That's all there was.
that was our education. And I love
Oh, okay.
yeah, I love how I love how arrogant people still are about their mainstream education, you know.
Yeah.
Manifest destiny. There you go.
Ta-da!
What do you guys think about that?
Well, we wouldn't have all the nice things we have to have today.
USA.
If it wasn't for that 95 to 114 million.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everybody, for manifesting our destiny.
Yeah.
Now we get to drink water out of plastic bottles.
Throw it away.
Throw
Fuck
it
you.
away. Thank you.
What were the now here's the other thing. Were the Native Americans killing the shit out of each other all the time around here?
Probably, yeah.
Sure, there was some of that. Yeah, there was
I mean,
warfare.
probably not all of them.
When we did the piece on what was it called?
Do
The
you think it
first
was
colony.
do you think it was 100 million died in war in 100 years?
No.
Probably not.
I don't think
I'll say
so.
probably not. Before we got here, probably not.
Seems unlikely. I'm no history expert, but I'd have to say it seems unlikely.
Where were you going with that before?
I was just going to say, when we did the piece about the first colony that went missing, there was tribal warfare going on. Yeah, that place. Roanoke.
Yeah, but they wrote Croatoan.
Croatoan, yeah.
On the tree.
But yeah, that place had a whole bunch of tribal warfare going on right there, right in the beginning.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, there was tribal warfare that goes on all over the fucking world, everywhere. But yeah,
all the time, forever.
Probably wasn't really genocide. I mean, when Europeans came here, they really did just go like, "Oh, look at these insects."
Yeah.
Flick. Just like, yeah, let's just wipe them out. Well, not all of them, I guess, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So many.
Most of them.
It's not even on the graph of the biggest genocides ever. That's fucked up.
What, the Native American genocide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, so that doesn't even come up on your list for
No.
biggest genocides ever? And the estimate. See,
Also,
now does it
on the,
not
hold
count?
on, I want to point out on the Wikipedia
But
page.
but hold on. It may be that there was never an official policy of an extermination
Yeah.
by the U.S. government, so they can get away with that shit.
Yeah.
Nah, it wasn't a genocide because come on, there's not on paper that
Manifesting
we were
destiny.
we
that's
were
what it was.
manifesting our destiny. What do you? That's the only thing. Holy criminy! The fuck is happening here?
The Germans are singing.
That Nazi march was still playing.
That's weird.
Hold on. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, this is Veronica in Georgia. Man, we're getting all over the country tonight.
That's neat. I'm kind of behind. Like, I'm hearing, what you guys were already talking about in live time.
The fuck does that mean?
Oh, here I am. I hear myself now.
Holy shit. Turn down your speakers. Just listen to the phone.
Oh, okay, my bad.
You'll be able to hear everything through the phone.
It'll be fine.
So I've been listening to you guys with some friends here in Savannah for, the last hour and a half, kind of on and off. And, it's interesting. You guys have hopped around a lot, but I feel like there's, a certain topic, still coming up over and over again. All the way from what I heard about, marriage and common law to, I don't know, all the way down to, how, I guess, Hitler and, that genocide is, kind of fantasized, and yet there's so many other things happening. And, the one thing I think of, right, is just being in Savannah. How St. Patty's Day, they have, their own little space for even, trying to get a parade going about it. And one thing I was thinking about this year is, how St. Patty's Day is, whatever. What about, there's so many other days we can be celebrating, in so many different, whatever you want to call it,
Columbus
following...
Day.
What?
I said Columbus Day.
Right. Well, there's Columbus Day, but there's also is being Irish the only thing that's apparent nowadays? In March, what about being? There's so many nationalities. There's so many different things we can be celebrating. Why shall we do it in a drunken way on St. Patty's Day? And that's one thing that was kind of getting me the St. Patty's Day. But anyways, I wanted to call in because I've been trying to spread your guys' good stuff here in Savannah and I'm trying to get people on board and listening and understanding what I've understood, and it's pretty cool to me.
What
and I'm happy to.
Are people are people not are they not feeling it or what?
It's not that they're not feeling it. It's like I'm playing it off my phone when we're hanging out or whatever, and we're still talking and stuff like that. But I just try to give them like kind of like a preview of what they might be able to experience, and compared to like what they're saying they enjoy, I feel like it could be, they could really like find something from listening to you guys and contributing or whatever the case may be.
Okay, wait, hold on. What's worse? Killing a Jew or killing a Native American?
I mean, I feel like both are equally not very good,
That's a cop-out.
So if you want like a straight answer, like, no, I don't think it's appropriate that like the Native Americans were like completely taken over in this life that we're living in, and we're all like, yeah, it's fucking awesome. Whereas like so many people like kind of suffer from it. I don't know how it is on reservations at this point. Honestly, I'm really kind of aloof to it all. But no, I don't think that's appropriate. Like taking over like what like was here, of course not. But also, like, I totally don't believe in Hitler and any good he could have ever done. Like, I think that's really fucked up to try to like wipe out a bunch of like different people that are just like doing their thing, just like this guy. This guy got upset that like he couldn't make it in art school or something, and like
he was very talented.
To, like, take out.
Who,
you just don't understand, man.
Yeah, look, Hitler had a lot of
very
redeeming
talented
qualities.
painter.
Yeah, no,
and he wrote a brilliant book.
The one thing that I will say about Hitler is like they don't really for all of the time that we spend supposedly learning about that subject, they don't really educate you at all about what exact role he had in directing the genocide. They don't. You don't really ever learn about that shit. So I never know how much of a fucking puppet figurehead he was, like our politicians are here.
Yeah.
I totally can resonate with that.
Yeah, there's a lot of like folklore, and I'm not like a fan of Hitler. I just wonder, I just wonder what's the actual fucking, where is the truth actually lie. I'm sure that he was a convenient guy to rise to power for some other people behind the scenes. I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay. So I was just going to say that makes a lot of sense when you think about it that way in like the lieu of like politics nowadays. Like, yeah, like he most likely probably was a puppet of somebody's big fucking scheme. And it wasn't just somebody, it was a bunch of people, and they found this kind of like weak-minded person that was easily malleable and like was able to do all this. But, for whatever reason, he got a pretty bad fucking reputation from all of it, considering everything he did allow to do. And yet at the same time, like, do the presidents that have passed through our country have any better of a reputation? Like, absolutely. I totally agree with that. But I still think it's either way. But at the same time, I don't think Hitler should be the only one to blame. It's just like I don't think St. Patty should be the only thing celebrated every fucking March. Like, I don't know how to describe it.
We're really, in the end, we're just making the point that it's strange, and we're not exactly sure why, but it's strange how much in our culture, in our education system, that the Jewish Holocaust is beat into your head so repeatedly and so definitively over the years, and these other even more devastating Holocausts aren't. I just think there's something up with that.
Yeah, there's not even an equivalent of Schindler's List about what happened to the Native Americans.
Yeah, well, when you have Trail of Tears, right? I mean, and it's like, yeah, that's sad. Do they even make a movie out of that, though?
Probably not.
I don't think there's anything like it.
Well, if they didn't make a movie, I guess it's irrelevant, right?
Yeah, because no one's going to read the book.
Irrelevant.
No, that was a joke. But yeah, no, I think it's good what you guys are bringing to light. It's just, I don't know.
trying to bring the darkness.
It's fucked up either way. I'm still not gonna like promote like what Hitler was a part of. Like that was still his personal choice to like stand up in front of like billions of people, and yet there was so much worse that could have happened. Absolutely,
he was way brave.
He really had a great stage presence.
Oh, you think
very
so?
charismatic.
Yeah. No,
That's funny.
The truth about him is like I said. I mean, what is it? I don't know if you say tool or thule, but the like behind the. Go ahead and look this up. It's Thule. It's who a lot of people credit with Hitler's rise to power, and it was like a behind the scenes sort of like compared to maybe Skull and Bones type of thing in the United States. You know, I could easily buy that Hitler's, the likable fucking almost like the version of maybe like a German hillbilly who's like the likable guy who can walk into any fucking beer place and he's sort of like an archetypical thing there that people enjoy. They're like, oh, this guy, and he gets up and starts fucking screaming and everybody's, yeah, man, he's standing up for the small guy, and
yeah.
It's like it really, when you really try to think about Hitler and put him really in perspective, and try to think about what it would be like, I mean, he's your grassroots, everyman politician, and that's why people get so scared of that in the United States when it's somebody, who rises up that same way and has that same sort of like policy, is because people go, well, from the perspective of people in Germany, they saw it the same way that we do now. It's just a fucking another politician. They didn't know what was going to happen.
In post World War I Germany, they were fucking desperate for someone to step up and do something for them.
Right? Yeah,
shit got fucked up.
So I'm thinking, man. I mean, it could be as simple as like, hey, this guy's exactly who we need. He's got the face, he's got the voice, he's got the charisma, he's got the thing that we need. We'll put him up, we'll take him to the top, and he's nuts. He will totally go along.
Do anything.
He'll go along with the killing and the whatever. You know what I mean? He'll be fine. You know what I mean? It could be that simple. Like, it's the equivalent of taking like your deep backwoods like redneck here or something and just being like, hey, let's just promote this guy up and he'll be fine just wiping out whole segments of minorities. He won't give a shit. He'll be fine. So what'd you find about the old Thule Society?
Well, I've found that it's actually pronounced Thule.
Thule?
Thule.
Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, they basically are like the backing party that, let's see, also known as the Brotherhood of Death Society. They're like a secret society that supposedly used their power to put Hitler in his place.
Right.
So he was their mascot.
I mean, they're like they're like a behind the scenes like secret order, fraternal order kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
they're like the German Skull and Bones.
Yeah.
So.
Like I fucking said.
Yeah.
So totally what it could come down to, and of course it kind of does, is that yes, he's like this big political leader, and then what it comes down to is like all the people that followed him really, and why they chose to follow him, and like what decisions they made in following him, and how much they actually pursued following this puppet that was placed in front of them, or whatever outreach they needed. Those people decided to harm people just as much, or probably more, than Hitler actually did. And like that's something to realize, and that's unfortunate, and it really just has to go from a people to people basis, like on that front, my grandma and grandpa were in the Holocaust in Auschwitz in Poland, and they made it through, and they started a family, and they had my dad, right? So, like, the stories I heard from them when I was very young, and maybe even not, I don't know, like, I barely don't even, like, I've asked my dad about my history of religion and stuff, and I was like, are we Jewish? And we didn't talk about that back then, and he was like, we keep that under wraps. But what I'm really getting to is that, like, it's unfortunate that people decide to harm people so much because there's a puppet in front of them, and, like, it's really unfortunate that we can't still hold our own personal humanity when there's like somebody in front of us like telling us like that this is okay, you know, even though they're not actually partaking in what is okay and what's not. And of course it's not to wipe out anybody. I don't think that's okay. But it's just it's an unfortunate thing that like that's apparently what a lot of people like, you know, care for in this life, is somebody to tell them it's okay to go ahead and treat people like shit, you know, like left and right. And like,
I mean, Jesus. I was gonna say, Jesus, easy with the fucking strong stances there, Miss No Genocide.
Yeah.
You make an interesting point that Hitler himself never pulled the trigger.
Mm-hmm. I thought that's an interesting point too. Yeah, go ahead with what
he
you were
pretty
gonna say.
much did nothing wrong.
except for lead all the
he
people
said a
that
few things
decided in their own
sarcastically,
right.
and everyone took him way seriously. And then, bam, the Holocaust, and that's probably why he killed himself. Like, holy shit, I didn't know this.
He went on he went on vacation and he came back to this climate of like, we did what you said, Fuhrer, and like anyone who dissents will have their head removed. You know, he's like, yes, okay, all right, we're good here.
That's what I said.
Yes, everyone carry on.
Scheiße.
I will retire to my chambers now for a German tea.
Tea and crumpets.
Nice.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I mean,
it was nice talking with you guys, though,
Oh, was it?
for a moment.
Ooh.
I'm going to try to keep turning you guys on here in Savannah to, I think there's a lot of people here that might enjoy the show, like I've said before, but now that I'm in their face and I'm able to be like, hey, this is what's happening. Hopefully you guys will get more listeners, maybe some more educated call-ins, and get goodies going.
Tell them to subscribe to our YouTube channel because
YouTube.
Yeah, we need some of that going on. They can listen to this whole show tomorrow on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let them know they can do it at their own free will.
Yeah. And they don't have to stop partying on a Sunday night.
No
Because
way.
Down in Savannah, everyone's like an artist or a waitress, and they don't have shit to do on Sunday night. So,
Or
you
Monday
know.
morning.
Yeah, right. So it's like it's just a total party all the time. They don't need to stop that shit. Wait till they wake up and they're making breakfast. They can listen to our stupid fucking show while they get stoned.
Yeah.
Before they start getting drunk again.
Right.
Hi, Savannah.
Well, you guys got Savannah figured out.
Yeah.
Welcome to Savannah.
Yes, welcome Savannah listeners. It is a beautiful fucking place. Have you guys been there?
I've never been there. No.
It's fucking
I hear
awesome.
it's lovely.
It's great. I only had a few hours to just run around and try to see as much as I could, and it's one of those places I've wanted to go for many years, you know. And I was just there for a night, you know. We ran all over the place and took all kinds of pictures and looked. It was just a blur of attempted appreciation.
Yeah.
Just like this, where you're just running around like, cool. Oh, look at that. What's over there? Sweet. Get a picture of me in front of that. All right, let's go, dude. Let's go. All right. Sorry, I'm hiccuping while I'm trying to do this. Just running over and over.
Yeah.
Different places. All right. Well, thanks for the little bump in Savannah. We'll be seeing you soon.
So long.
All right. You guys keep it real. Talk to you soon.
No.
Bye.
Dude, well, she had
No.
like a huge crush on Hitler. What was that about?
Dude,
Yeah.
he was creeping me out. She was kind of a Nazi, and I was getting like I was trying to kind of go Nazi back at her. I was trying to get a little more in her ballpark, and she was just really weirding me out.
Too Nazi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knew?
Way
So,
into
I don't
Hitler,
know, whatever.
that
She's
girl.
from the South. They love Hitler in the South.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
They're like, Hitler. Ooh.
That's like one of the biggest selling items in flea markets down south is just pictures of Hitler with a heart around his face
And like big wax lips.
lipstick,
Yeah.
lipstick outlines like all over his face. You
Hitler
know?
bobbleheads.
Yeah, Hitler bobbleheads. Yeah, on their cars. Hitler in like a Confederate suit. You know,
a pillow with Hitler's image embroidered on it, but like just his bust for practice kissing for when you meet the real Hitler.
Nice. He's out there somewhere.
He's out there.
Oh,
You gotta
man.
believe.
all right. Well, I still say it's really fucking weird that that's the only genocide they teach us about.
Yeah, it's really fucking
very
weird.
interesting.
Very, very much.
Why?
Because, and I try really hard not to like look at the Jews too specifically.
Yeah, it's hard not to though.
They are
But
up-
not the
dude,
Jewish
I'm telling you,
people,
they're
but
up
like
to something.
They're fucking always up to something.
we're not talking about like the Jewish people you know and went to high school with.
Speak for yourself, Slim.
Well, I'm not talking about those people. And yes, I am pretty slim.
I don't know where that came from. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
You're right. It seems like a total Jewish conspiracy. Oh, this is very fitting. You Jews.
Go ahead. Go
What
on.
are you doing?
I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up your thoughts on the Jews.
Do you think that like the alien Jewish hierarchy would sacrifice maybe 6 to 17 to maybe less than 1 million Jews in a Holocaust to create a platform of sympathies where all who speak out against the Jews are condemned?
Yes.
You think that's a thing?
Yes.
I mean, that's what's proposed, and I'm not saying I believe that, but like, there's something about the super Jews that's like, what are you guys doing?
There's no way it's not happening.
Now, if a super Jew, if a super Jew is anything like a super shredder, we've got huge fucking problems. Do you know how big the tassels on that motherfucker are gonna be? It'll be tassels so huge he could fucking lasso your neck and trip you. I mean, choke you.
There's just dead people hanging and swinging from those tassels on the super Jew.
We're in trouble.
Dude, the super Jew is terrifying.
I don't
The shape-shifting reptilian super Jew.
I want to know about Hitler, okay? I want to know more about Hitler.
More.
That's me. That's just me. I want to know more about Hitler.
Yeah.
And I want to know what was a lie and what wasn't. I want to know what he knew.
Yeah.
I want to know who he meant to kill and how many of them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to know how many he killed with his bare hands.
But you made a joke out of that, but that is an interesting point because he's just a big, stupid, fucking pale, dumb, fatty bully that he can't do it. It does take the average person to be intimidated into carrying out the actual act. That's like the worship is done of Hitler. And the fixation and the idolization. And maybe the lesson is like, no, he was just a little fucking pawn. He was just a little piece of garbage, you know? Just a little player in the game like everybody else at some level. And the real lesson is that the Jews have to go. That's gotta be said. We have to get rid of the Jews.
We didn't even talk about his eugenics whole dealie, where he was trying to create a super race of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed guys.
And what would
how
be
does
wrong
that tie
with
into the
that?
genocide? Well, how does that tie in with the genocide? And didn't he have other groups of people next on his list, or is that just like a thing that you hear? That's not true. That Hitler had another genocide plan after the Jews were all gone.
The final solution.
I don't know.
Yeah, he was going to genocide everybody.
He wanted to
and then he even
super
had a plan like to sword fight the last like Aryan to the death or something. Yeah, they've had all kinds of weird guys. I don't know if that was Hitler or if that was another guy, but I remember reading a thing. Yeah, I remember reading a eugenics plan that involved like going all the way down to the last 2 people on the earth and them having a sword fight. It was that was I forget what the fuck that was. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds like something that would happen.
Because the conversation's going to go that far eventually.
Yeah.
All right, we're done with the German music.
All right.
I think.
Thanks, German music.
But yeah, no, I'm glad you guys what I was going to really say before, though, the lesson really is people all did that. They all were willing to go out and torture and kill. Mm-hmm. They were given the excuse of an order,
Yeah.
Hitler probably didn't really do fucking much. I think he was reported to be a pretty average soldier. He spent more time doing poetry and stuff in World War I.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it was more the kind of guy that wanted to order other people to do the violence. So they didn't have to do it. That's why I tell soldiers now, as though they're listening to me, but from the safety of my private home where we do this show and there's no soldiers in front of me, I'm totally willing to tell you that, like, you're responsible for your actions. You don't go, I'm following orders. No,
you're not.
You're smart enough. You're in 2015. You've had the internet your whole fucking life. You're smart enough to fucking know that's not a good enough excuse to kill people.
Yeah.
Someone told me to. That's not good enough. Oh, they paid you. It's your job. It's your job. Someone told you and they gave you money, so you killed them, so it's okay. Like, right, but 9/11. Sorry, I forgot.
Duh.
Wait, 9? 11.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
Shit.
It's everywhere.
Them Al-Qaedas.
Them Al-Qaedas. If it weren't for our government, them Al-Qaedas would already be here putting their guns in your daughter's face. You want that?
And sexing your wives.
Pushing you around and taking your job.
The point is that following orders thing is whack.
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 Ain't it?
It is, yeah.
It's whack as fuck.
It's soup's whack.
Wait, you think that makes it okay, you big dummy?
No, you chose to go there and follow those orders.
You big dummy?
You idiot.
I never say this when they're around, though.
No, because they're kind of scary.
Yeah.
They're nuts.
Yeah.
They'll kill you.
Yeah, they'll
Right
kill
away.
you.
Yep.
Someone tells them to, and bam, you're dead.
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
You're donezo, bunzo.
Anyways, I guess that's the Sunday Evening Overdose for March 22nd into the 23rd, 2015. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you very much to Mike Toland. Well, he didn't fucking really say anything today.
No, he was kind of quiet.
Maybe next time
That's
he'll talk a little more.
He gave us a ghost story.
Maybe he didn't quite get it. Like, we want people to hang out and talk. They don't have to just talk about their thing when we ask them about it.
Yeah.
Come by the Overdose, and if you're hanging out, you talk about anything we're talking about.
Don't forget to send us your audition videos for our co-host contest.
Yeah, what else?
And also look out for our video of making water orbs. If you guys are going to make the water orbs like
We'll
we
have
talked
that up
about
this
earlier.
week. Yeah.
We'll do that earlier. If you do it, send us a video. Call us on the Thursday show maybe, or next week's Sunday show, and we'll talk about it. It's a really, really cool idea, so don't forget about that either.
David Box, once again, thanks for sitting in with us as always.
It's
David
always
Box.
such a pleasure.
We're supposed to have my stupid friend Tom from his new show, The Expansion Project,
Stupid.
which is going to be our first. But hey, it's our first branch out like franchise show.
Not stupid.
So yeah, he's going to be doing it from this studio. I'm producing it, and that's going to be the beginning of our talk network.
Beautiful.
So he'll hopefully be here next week if he's not a total fucking faggot. So look out for Tom and The Expansion Project. Find that on Facebook already. And we're out on the Sunday Evening Overdose.
Good night.
This fine March Eve. Thank you very much for being with us. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Adieu.
Adieu.
Bonjour.
Oh, goodbye.
Adieu.
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 Adieu. Adieu.
Adieu.
Adieu. Adieu.
Goodbye.
Good night. Adieu. Good night. Adieu. Esto es muy importante. Adieu.
Adieu.
Goodbye. 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 Adieu.